Well, welcome to day 2 of the US Junior Open being hosted here at Harvard Center. And what an exciting day we have ahead of us. My name is Chanel Rasmus, and joining me in the commentary booth, Richard Millman.
Good morning, everybody. Morning, Chanel.
Good morning. And we've lots of matches today. We're starting with the younger age groups this morning and then finishing off with some of the boys under 19, girls under 19 as well. So you can tune into all the live action on ussquash.com/live. So we're back here on glass court number 6. It's Grace Lodge from the USA in the multicolored shirt and white skirt up against Atia from Egypt in the white shirt and purple skirt. So girls under 13 division here, Richard, on the glass court. You've got to think that nerves are settling in for these two young players.
Yes, but you know, as we watch this game unfold year by year, it is amazing how quickly the knowledge is filtering down to the younger age groups, and we're already beginning to see longer rallies in girls under 11, under 13. You know, years ago it was trying to just win the point with one shot. Now these girls are building positions, and it's really exciting because that's the way the sport is going.
Absolutely, and Grace Lodge, American player, she actually ended 5th at the US Junior Open just last year in the girls under 11, so has just made that jump up into the under 13 age group, and worked a little bit with her at the National Academy over the summer, Richard, and reminds me a little bit of a young Nele Gillis from Belgium, with very bouncy around the court. She likes to be on her toes, and especially when she gets confident, you'll see her sort of bounce around the courts into the various corners as she moves on.
But her Egyptian opponent here, big strong girl, and obviously power at this age group makes a much bigger difference than later on. You know, players can overcome each other if they have a big height and reach advantage.
Absolutely. And what a great experience. Tia, the 13 through 16 seeded player, and this is her first US Junior Open, so gaining some of this international experience from an early age. Oh, that's a great straight drive.
And what we're seeing, of course, you know, the physiologies of these age groups, they're not fully developed, and so there's some issues with takeoff speed, and you know, even though they are physiologically not quick, they do have the ability to hit accurate and fairly powerful shots, and so you see this fairly big discrepancy between the capacity to hit shots and the capacity to retrieve shots. So movement is going to become increasingly more important for these girls over the next couple of years, and they'll do a lot of pressure drills to get them more able to position themselves in the court. You saw at the end there that Grace was out of position by quite a long way because she hadn't moved herself back in as she'd hit the previous shot. And this all starts coming as part of the game, as you know yourself. You know, you're training your players to think strategically rather than just by shot.
Absolutely, and the young Egyptian really taking charge of that first game. She's a fairly good and comfortable player out there, and not much that seems to be troubling her at the moment as she wins that first game 11-1. So interesting moment now for Grace Lodge to come back out on court, be a little bit more aggressive and a little fiery, as I know that she can be.
And we saw there that as she got to this front ball, instead of backing off as she hit it, she ran through the shot, which then delayed her recovery and left her way out of position. So this is something that she's going to have to work on, is thinking about where she's moving to before she executes the shot instead of after she executes the shot.
Well, causing trouble for herself in the front of the court too. Would like to see Lodge work the back of the court, work some of those rallies, extend them a little bit through playing good straight drives. Anything that lands in the middle, Tia has great hands, great touch, tries to look to take the ball in early when she has an opportunity, and when she counters it, that's when the trouble it comes.
Yeah, Grace has definitely got to get the ball deep into these back corners. We saw yesterday how much trouble players have with the depth perception in these darker back corners. So some straight returns instead of the ubiquitous cross-court return would really help her.
6 love.
And then Atthaya there, you know, quite a nice approach. You could see she'd framed in her mind the line of the shot she wanted to play, and she managed to get herself 90 degrees perpendicular to the line on her approach. So obviously there's some technical astuteness here that she's practiced. Again there on the volley, very good setup. Grace has got her moving a little bit here. Nice longer rally by these girls. That's unlucky. She had created a situation, Grace, by playing the length and then looking for the boast, but unfortunately hoping to win on the boast instead of work on the boast.
Oh, that's better length, but just not good enough. Great sportsmanship. They're just calling the double bounce.
You can see Grace is static on the return of serve there. I'd really like to see her activate her feet so that before the opponent serves, she's already mobile and able to be proactive instead of reactive.
Absolutely, Richard, and I think this is a little change from what I've seen in the past from her. Maybe a little, I mean, she did lose that first game and is 9-love down, so I would like to see that confidence keep building even when she is down, because what I do know from her, right, is that she bounces on her toes and goes back and forth, even when she's just standing there and hasn't quite been able to do that just yet. So a great second game from Atthaya, and just taking control of the middle of the court, moving Lodge all around, and when she has those opportunities, she either plays the straight drop or plays the straight length, and which is a great tactic to have.
Although it was 11-love, we did see earlier in the game at least one rally where Grace managed to get a couple of balls deep and then tried to move her opponent short. So that was really well done. And we'd like to see her just hit the return of her serve straight and then just physically take a couple of steps up the court and be a presence, be, you know, in her opponent's mind a little bit more, rather than hanging back, static, where the opponent is encouraged to feel dominant.
Well, a difficult task at hand at the moment, and I have to give credit to the young Egyptian. Hasn't let her second game slack. Oftentimes in that second, we see players having won the first really comfortably, right? They now settle into the match and sort of drop their standard, actually, right, moving on into the second or third. So we might see Lodge be able to gain a few points here as she heads off into the third game.
You see on her return of serve stance, she's way deep in the court, which is already encouraging the opponent to take charge. But fortunately for her, her opponent has stepped into that drop shot without a foot on the ground and lost her balance and put the ball in the tin. So Grace, I'm sure, is very grateful.
I would like to see Lodge hit a little higher on the front wall. Balls are landing far too short, and encouraging Tia to go short and put her under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, as you say that, you remind me of Sean Moxham's M-Squash interactive court, which has targets at various different places and really does help kids learn how to choose a higher spot on the wall and gives them a mental representation of where they need to be aiming. So,
absolutely,
you know, I certainly hope to see more people, you know, getting those courts and using them to develop their mental picture of where to put the ball on the front wall.
2.
Well, you just see the shoulders opening up to as Lodge strikes the ball and pulls it away from the side wall.
Down.
You can see as Lodge is
5-2.
approaching these balls, there's no organisation for the recovery movement. She's just running to the ball to hit. And I try and teach players that their first priority when they approach the ball is to get there to leave, not to get there to hit, so that they're loading their legs
Down.
both for the process of recovery and generating
6-2.
power and strength from the legs for the execution of the shot.
Well, talking about execution, Tia, really great execution into the back of the court. Puts
7-2.
Lodge under a lot of pressure and then forces her to boast, which
Down,
opens
please.
up the whole court and even more opportunities to strike the ball well.
Just like to see Grace standing 2 yards further forwards to return serve and at least being in her opponent's
Next.
face rather than hanging out by the
8-2.
door. See how deep she's standing. As a consequence, she ends up not volleying the ball, letting it come into the back corner, and is immediately on the defensive.
Down. 9-2.
Having to work so hard on court here. Just in full control at the moment, Tia.
But as we've said before,
Wow.
Chanel, you know,
10-2
as
match
tough as
ball.
this is for Grace, she's here playing in the world's biggest junior tournament, and the experience and the exposure and just rubbing shoulders with these international players and the top American players can only help her and her quest to improve in the next few years.
Absolutely, and has so much potential as
11-2,
well
game
as
to Atia.
we saw placed 5th last year in girls under 11, has just made that
Atia
jump
leads
up
up
into a higher age group.
match. Atia
That's a
3
tough
games to
task,
love.
and she's
11-1,
playing a lot of
11-11,
tournaments at the
11-2.
moment, gaining the experience and the exposure. And but it was all the Egyptian in these 3 games really taking charge right from the first point and moving Lodge back and forth. She certainly knew what she wanted to do out there and came ready for action, and she'll move on to the next round of this main draw in girls under 13.
Very good.
Well, that's the first match of the day here on glass court number 6. We still have a jam-packed day of matches happening. Next up at 9:10, the 2 Americans will be taking on each other in the girls under 15 division, so stick around. 2 on glass court.
One love.
Number 6 here at the Harvard Center. This is the girls under 15. It's a matchup between 2 USA players. Caroline Fouts in the white shirt and purple skirt up against Nelly Spreacher, also from the USA. And not even from the USA, they're both from Ryan, New York, Richard.
Yeah, well, it speaks volumes about the strength of Rye squash, which is great. You know, immediately looking at these athletes, you can see that the difference between the under 13s. There's muscular control of their frames. The girls are interested in moving off the ball as they hit it. They're more interested in strategic position than just single shots. And all in all, it's an attractive looking rallying game at this point.
Absolutely. Caroline Fouts, #1 ranked player in the US in her age group. So used to playing at the top, she plays for Sacred Heart. Another great program as well. So she is the expected player to win out there today, and is definitely making a good headway here in this first game. Full of up.
I'm immediately impressed when she is waiting for her opponent's next shot. She's on her toes, she's live, alert, attending to the ball. You can see the orientation, both of her body and her eyes towards the ball, and clearly hunting what comes next. And most of the shots she's played so far, she's played attacking to the front of the court with the expectation that her opponent will get it back and that she's ready for a second and a third attacking shot.
I think what I'm most impressed by really is that defensive side as well. We talk a lot about playing the right shot from the right time, and oftentimes we see players trying to attack a really difficult shot, and in this instance she tries to throw in height, right? The use of the lob, so important from the front of the court, especially when you've been brought in unexpectedly. So good, not only good attacking, but good defensive play as well.
Yeah, she's clearly got a strategic mind, and obviously that's credit to her and her training partners and coaches. But it's a very simple process. Play long, get a loose ball, play short with the opponent out of position. That's the first error she's made, and she didn't stabilize her feet before she tried to play the volley. So another stutter step required before she tried to do that. But that is a minor mistake. And a little pop out there from her opponent.
Hand out, 10-1, game ball.
And I think this scoreline is a little harsh on Nelly Spreacher. She actually rallied quite nicely. The issue was that when the ball was deep, she couldn't play deep from deep, tight from tight, and we're always talking about that, and it's such an important skill to develop.
Absolutely, just a great rally construction from Caroline Fouts, and she's in charge of this match, Richard. I don't see her being the type of player that steps into the second or third game and just relaxes, right?
No,
she's ready and hunts the ball down very well. I
think you're absolutely right. There's the one little fault we saw there on the volley because she didn't stabilize before she tried to play the shot, but other than that, it was a faultless performance.
And Caroline Fouts had a bye in the first round yesterday, and then played against Barrett Gallo and managed to win that comfortably in 3 as well, 11-4, 11-2, 11-1. Nelly Spreacher, also a bye in the first round, played against Christina Yen and had a tough 3-2 victory, so that would have been a great result for her to come out on top there. She was 2-love down, Richard, so had to fight back. So we know that that's possible. We've seen that from the scoreline from her previous match, but also the effect that has. She's had some time to recover, but still a 3-2 victory yesterday has to have some effect on the legs.
Yeah, her issue is when she's behind, she's got to be much more interested in physically getting up the court simultaneously with playing a high deep ball. Playing the high deep ball by itself won't do her any good. She'll still be trapped behind, and Caroline has great racket skills. She will volley the ball if Nili doesn't get up the court. But nice start here by Nili. She's played deep for several times.
Well, I like the pace too that both these
Yep.
ladies are playing at. That idea of the Sprecher is using the height on the front wall to her as much as she can to her advantage to keep her opponent
Hand out, 1 all.
behind her, and that's definitely the strategy she wants to use coming into this second game. Keep Fouts behind you so that she can't take control of the front of the court.
Yeah.
2-1.
Now there's an unforced error, and played for the wrong reason. She didn't really know her opponent was out of position. She's tried to force a drop shot winner.
Hand out, 2 all.
You know, it's tough on these younger players until they really develop confidence in their strategic game, because it's so tempting to try and go for the juicy, quick reward of a winning shot. But as we know, the expectation of your opponent is that they will
3-2.
get every shot back. So if you're trying to play a shot that they can't get back, that's counter to the entire philosophy of the game and puts pressure on you, and that's why mistakes
Hand
get
out,
made.
3 all.
Well, Sprecher staying in the second game, and that's key too with regards to strategy. If you don't want your opponent to go have a massive lead leading into the first half of a
4-3.
single game, and just to stay neck and neck with someone that is stronger than you, right, is a mental boost. So doing a good job here.
5-3.
Again, anything that lands in the middle of the court gets punished by Fouts.
And particularly if Nili is stuck out of position behind her, that increases Caroline's confidence when she hits those attacking shots. And what we've seen is that the one time that Nili was
6-3.
up behind Caroline, Caroline tightened up and put the ball in the tin. So it's another great example of how you can affect your opponent's shot selection and control if you just get in their face and let them know that you're right up the court
7-3.
and ready before they can hit the ball. Half length there, unfortunate from Nili. A little height.
It's much better, but it didn't recover quick enough to see just from that replay her still standing where she was in that previous shot.
And this is why I harp on about the importance of starting your recovery just before you strike the ball, so that you're hitting the ball on your way into position for the next shot instead of after you've hit the ball. Otherwise, what are you going to say to your opponent? Would you mind just waiting till I get back into position before you hit your shot?
Yeah.
It doesn't work that way.
Hand out, 4-8.
But it is a bit of a problem in this sport that we stick a racket in a young player's hands, which immediately biases them to thinking the game's about hitting the ball and using the upper half of the body, when in point of
Hand
fact,
out, 9-4.
really the game's about using the lower half of the body and using the upper half of the body to help get the body around the court. But once again we
10-4,
see
game ball.
Caroline play that simple strategy of a good deep ball, waiting for the loose ball, chopping it in short with the opponent out of position.
Game.
Well, Caroline Fouts does a great job in that second to a little closer in the first half than it was in that second half of the second game, and she just plays, as you mentioned, Richard, the great strategy of hitting good length, follow that up with an attacking short shot. So not much really that I think Spreacher can do to come back and win this match, but definitely enough to keep her in the game by just improving the quality of length. And we say that so often. Hit a little bit higher on the front wall and shoulders parallel to the side wall. Those really simple technical things that allow her to just stay in the match for a little longer.
Yeah, so she should, at least in this third game, give Caroline something to think about. Just be present, and you never know what's going to happen. We saw yesterday a match where it looked pretty clearly as though one of the boys was going to win 3-love, and his opponent just hung around, and suddenly it turned into a 5-set barnstormer.
Yeah, absolutely. And these two players, I mean, they're obviously competing here at the European Open, setting themselves up for what's to come next, right? So consolation rounds and then also main draw rounds and moving forward. But not only this tournament, many of these players will then go on to go play in the British that's next, right? And so this is just a great experience for them to sort of take a look at what they need to focus on ahead of that tournament. So Caroline Fouts now 2-love lead, serving for the third, hoping to finish this out in 3, and I think it will be fairly straightforward.
1-love.
Nice width and length into the deep, dark backhand corner here on the Harvard glass court.
You do get rewarded for good length on these courts, don't you?
For sure.
Well, that's much better. First time really that I've seen Spreacher step up, and a volley from the middle of the court. Hasn't had many of those opportunities.
But we can see in Caroline that even when she was under pressure there, she had moved right up behind her opponent. So she moved up with her own return. So she's not only astute in terms of where she's taking the ball, she's astute in terms of how to carve out a position for herself to defend the court. A good little piece of footwork there. She got her left foot right around the back, even though she didn't have much time to get that 90-degree angle.
Good hands, both players.
But to your earlier point, if Nili could just use her wrist to get some height and hit the ball, I always call the top 3 feet of the front wall the magic spot.
5-love.
And if you can hit that gentle ball just above where the H of Harvard is there, you can take your opponent to the back of the court with almost no effort. But it seems to take some players a long time to realize that that's the most valuable part of the front wall for rally construction. Instead of trying to plaster it down the line below the red line. And again, I know we talked about it before, but I do think that this is one of the valuable things about the interactive squash court that Sean Moxham has at M Squash. You know, where the H is on the front wall here, he can light up all different targets on the front wall, and it really makes a mental impression on folks. You know, it's burned in the memory as to where to put the ball to get that height and length.
Especially for the advantage of sort of we play a lot of condition games, right, to sort of put ourselves in those match-like situations and construct strategy. And that's a way to obviously implement it in a match as well, but then you have the interactive squash, and that you can actually see when doing those condition games. So definitely a great tool to have. And
Handout 6-2.
It's just good length. It's just good length gets rewarded here on these courts, and Fouts certainly sees that. But it's Spreacher that is
7-2.
Giving her a few too many options, one too many options in the front of the court.
And again, when she's behind, Nili is still hitting the ball only 2-3 feet above the tin, which doesn't give her a chance of lofting the ball over and past Caroline.
3-7.
Oh, stroke being awarded to Spreacher.
Good height and width. Not so good there by Caroline, just a bludgeoning whack without really aiming the ball. Good width.
Handout 8-3.
That's much better height and depth. Wow.
There's a
9-3.
great width. So there's the lofted ball. See, that came right out of the H, and immediately a dead ball in the back corner. A little bit of a fortunate boast there from Caroline. That was not her intent. Once again, just that old cross-court return to serve. So would like to see the straight line.
Handout 4-10. Match ball.
That was a nicely played ball, although would like to see Nili on her toes ready for any possible return. She sort of switched off after she hit the shot.
Match.
Well, that gives Caroline Fouts the 3-love victory here in this match on glass court number 6. Played sharp squash, Richard, no other way to put it, really, and has good technique, movement around the court, and she's got a bright future ahead of her, for sure.
I think so. You know, really great mental clarity. You know, she's obviously got a very good blueprint of the court in her mind. She can feel peripherally her opponent's presence, and you know, not threatened, she confidently goes into the front of the court with the opponent at the back of the court, and she creates great space by giving a little height and quality length. So yeah, really exciting player.
Absolutely, and well, she'll be eager to go watch the match between who she'll meet next. It's either going to be Haley Xingfei Wang or what I see here, Grace Wong, and so she'll probably go watch that match that's happening right now on court number 5, and that's who she'll meet in the round of 16. So she's moving on to the main draw, and her opponent will move on to one of the consolation playoffs as well. So an interesting day so far. None of these players are, the top players really are making their way through fairly comfortably. I think we would have liked to see a few more tests happening, but the day is still early, and we've got lots of matches still to come.
Exactly. I'd just like to see Nili, when she goes into her next round, standing up the court to return serve, and you know, she's a good athlete. Let's see her being a presence instead of hanging back.
Absolutely. Well, stick around. More matches coming shortly, but you can also tune into the courts 1 through 5 to watch any of those matches happening on there. Richard, this is match 3 now on glass court number 6 here at the Murr Center at Harvard University, and fairly straightforward matches that we saw previously in girls under 15 as well as girls under 13. Now we move on to the boys division, where not quite sure what to expect today.
No, it seems at this stage, if they're the higher seeds, that the higher seeds are dealing with the players that broke through in tough matches yesterday fairly summarily. But we'll see in this match.
Absolutely, and these two players on court right now up against each other. In boys under 13, it's Martin Falconi up against, from Ecuador, up against Aiden Chang from the USA. So Aiden Chang in the white shirt and Martin Falconi in the gray. And just a little bit about these two players. Falconi from Ecuador, he came 4th at the Canadian Junior Open last weekend. A good result there. And then 4th at the US Junior Open last year in the U11 age group. So he's just aged up into U13. And that can always be a tough task.
2-1.
Yeah, just initial thoughts watching them. Mr. Falconi has his racket dragging on the floor most of the time, but has this interesting sort of whiplash stroke,
3-1.
which I think he's going to perhaps get away with at this age group. And as we saw in the girls under 13, there's often in the under 13 group more interest in individual
4-1.
shots and less interest in getting into position. So there's still this sort of belief at this age group that I'm the one human being alive that can hit irretrievable shots, which unfortunately we all get sadly disabused of as we grow up. But you know, both of these are powerful little athletes, and obviously have good hands, good whiplash. I'd just like to see them thinking about the consequences of their shots and getting themselves into position a little more.
Absolutely. Aiden Chang from Princeton, New Jersey, where he goes to Princeton Academy of the Sacred Heart. According to the U.S. Squash page, he's ranked 17th in boys under 13 in the U.S. So there we see exactly what you were talking about, right? They certainly have the shots, right? They have a whole toolbox of them. It's just how can they, in various situations, play them either attacking or defensive and get themselves in the correct position.
Well, that was a really nicely constructed rally from Mr. Chang, who took the ball right to the back of the court, got an opening, attacked short, followed up, and then played the attacking cross court. So that was really well put together rally.
Well, I like the straight that Falconi is playing from under pressure in the back of the court. Usually we see players, especially at this age group, and actually yesterday too when he moved up the ranks as well, the burst from the back of the court under pressure.
Yeah, and this is a very nice comeback by Aiden Chang. And you know, I was also impressed that he picked one ball out of this backhand back corner with good wrist skill to get it straight.
Oh, that's a beauty.
Hand out 7-6.
Roller derby. There we see again that very sort of floppy, whippy stroke from Martin Falconi. Nice setup there by Aiden Chang.
Oh, that's great height. Wow, look, the one thing you don't want to do is turn a full 360 with your back to the front wall and then try and recover from there, but he manages to get away with it.
Yeah, Aiden unfortunately just pushed the ball back to the front of the court instead of taking a little longer to get the depth. Yeah, I'm liking his setup, Aiden Chang, in this backhand corner. And he's really getting a full rotation and getting his arm and shoulder behind the contact point, which a lot of players find it really difficult to do, and that's why they end up in that defensive post. It's a very close game here. Good depth.
Good recovery too.
Good court coverage there by Falconi though.
Hand out 9-7.
Both players are fairly speedy when they know exactly where the ball is going.
Yeah.
Just interesting to see when we start adding the twisting and turning how either player reacts to that. So we've seen that happen. So Chang has a tendency to go short
10-7
on the
game
backhand
ball.
return of serve, and it works sometimes, not every time though.
And you can see when he was hitting that backhand drop volley return of serve, he was static. Whereas on that drop volley
Handout,
there, he was
8-10
mobile.
game
And because
ball.
he was mobile, he used the strength of his legs and got his weight transferring into the shot. If he could, on the return of serve, use his legs, he maybe would start playing some deeper returns of service, so that short ball all the time. Unlucky.
Oh, that is unlucky, because I was just about to say that he was doing a nice job of getting good height on the front wall and pinning Falconi in the back of the court. So Falconi manages to win that first game 11-8. Again, we saw some interesting sort of technique being produced from the front of the court, doing a good job of staying in this match when it got tight. So first game goes in favor of Falconi, but I think Chang has an opportunity to come back here. He does seem to be the technically better player on court. It's just a matter of whether or not he can trap Falconi in the back more than he has in the previous.
You're exactly right, because I think while he possibly constructs better rallies than Falconi, Falconi is the better counter-attacker.
Absolutely.
And if Chang goes short too early, he's going to be pounced upon by this young Ecuadorian, who obviously seizes opportunities to counter-attack very, very quickly.
Well, an attacking player, and also being an attacking player means that you make quite a number of errors. So when times get pressured, is Falconi going to be able to stay composed and still continue going for those attacking shots without making errors? And then Chang, on the other hand, would like to see him just the first point, the first return of serve needs to be better.
Yep. And I'd like to see him, as we've talked about before, activate by actually being on his toes, active before the opponent hits the serve, so that he can be proactive in his responses instead of being a target. Because when you're static as a returner of serve, really you're just turning yourself into a victim potentially. So a little bit static there.
One love.
We're seeing Falconi when he moved to the front of the court there with his racket stuck in his sock, I think. And at this stage, he's doing okay, but somebody that can actually speed him up and put pressure on him, I think that racket prep is going to become a real problem.
2 love.
He's done a nice job with the cross courts, Richard, lofting them over to the other side, buying himself some time. I'd like to see him take care of volleys, but again, he can't do that because his racket's dragging on the floor.
Yeah. But he's taking charge of this game, and he's twisting and turning Aiden Chang around the court with some good depth, and Aiden's unable to get the ball back down the wall, deep from deep, tight from tight, and so Martin Falconi ruling the roost here.
Well, another lost ball in the pits of this Harvard Center. We saw yesterday, if you tuned in yesterday, there was a match where they lost five balls went over the court, and they had to get 3 new balls to start the match. So I'm hoping that we're not starting this trend again today. Well, I think that we might be heading this way. It's just like, where do the balls go, Richard?
Yeah, and I think it would be pretty simple for the facility to put up netting at the front of the court and down the sides, as they do on the traditional courts in the rest of the facility. And it would just prevent this ball loss all the time.
Oh, you can see, I think that's parents and coaches there.
And it is pretty frustrating when you're in the middle of a match and trying to get a rhythm going, getting a game plan going, that you know, you have to spend 3-4 minutes, as we've seen here, trying to first of all find the ball, then you've got to warm up the ball again, and it's an interruption in play that's not helpful.
Well, also just especially for these younger players to learn. There we saw Martin Falconi just jumping on his feet, trying to stay active. That is such an important skill to learn and develop, which oftentimes, I mean, even as a coach, I forget to tell my players those things, right? It's because you don't think that they're going to get into those situations, right? And then they do get into those situations. You're like, oh, I should have told them that. Whereas now this is a learning experience here for these young players to really stay active, stay warm. You've now lost at least 2 minutes, right, of engaging in play.
If my friend Lee Scott was coaching Aidan Chiang, you would hear a Yorkshire voice at the back of the court going, toes man, go on your bloody toes. And that's, Lee's one of the great activators of the coaching world. If you come across him, he's down in Louisville. He's building a great little program there, but that's a really important thing for him, is to activate the player. And you know, some of his players that have been up into the top of the world, Fiona Moberly is one of the PSA players. You know, this has been a big feature of his coaching, is keeping players active.
Absolutely. Well, if you are tuning into this match here, you can also make your way to the other courts. Courts 1 through 5 are being live streamed, and you can just pick and choose on the side of your screen which court you'd like to watch. ussquash.com/live has all of those options, as well as Club Locker, which shows the scores of all the venues, all the matches. I mean, it's such a great system, Richard, that's been introduced, and now you can follow from anywhere in the world these matches, and what great matches there are happening in other places in the center.
And of course the ball has now gone out again. This one we found, fortunately. Yeah, talking about Club Locker, you know, Squash Canada has now taken on Club Locker, and World Squash is in the process of setting up Club Locker as well. So, you know, the consistent systems that we're beginning to see arise across the world are going to just help us make the sport more consistent, give us access to more competition, because people will be on the same page, and it's just going to grow the game. But here we go, back to the match here with Martin Falconi serving. Let's get a little activity here for Aidan Chiang. It's a very nice setup.
He does have a beautiful backhand volley drop, and so when he has the opportunities, he sets himself up correctly for it. He can execute it well. Where he has trouble with it is on the return of serve.
Yeah, and again, those inactive legs,
2-4.
you know, tend to make the lower half of his body just static and dead meat, and in fact an encumbrance rather than, you know, activating energy flow. That's very well played.
Great shot.
And there's some of that height
3-4.
and depth that we were talking about. Nice comeback after the lost ball here from Aidan Chiang. Not the best serve there. Aidan, not only did he not target the serve particularly well, but he didn't move into position as he hit it. He moved after he hit it, and therefore he's behind the play. And when Martin Falconi played the return, he was immediately under pressure.
Hand out, 5-all.
And it didn't have to be a good quality shot either, as you saw from Falconi. That wasn't the best drop that he's played, but it was effective.
Little pop out. Playing short from the back of the court there. It was a good shot, but put his opponent in front.
Well,
6-5.
that certainly is one of his best shots on court, Chang, that backhand volley, either straight or the cross-court drop, and he's able to do it so well because he has a little bit better racket preparation than his opponent does, and so he can volley and take the ball early. Again, we see it. That's his
Beautiful
best shot.
Beautiful shot.
Oh, it was down. Sorry.
It was
I didn't see
tinned.
it. I didn't see
The
it
only
clip
thing
to
I
10.
think to remember there is that the ideal volleying range is about 18 inches in every direction from the eyes, and if you reach outside that 18 inches, your error rate does go up. Well, there's
And
the
out,
backhand
7-6.
return of serve down the line. Obviously, we have a direct line to Aiden Chang's brain. But he's playing a nice game here.
Out.
And, you know,
8-6.
I think his tactics are, you know, bearing fruit here. Little refocusing, but maybe some negative body language from Martin Falcone also, which ought to encourage Aiden Chang.
Out.
And again, the
Couple of
racket
balls out.
preparation is going to also lead to a loss of racket head control if you're flinging the racket around. And we've seen a few balls out now from Martin Falcone because he hasn't got
10-6 game
that
ball.
racket head control when it's needed.
Well, that's the trouble we spoke about earlier too, right? A comfortable player in the front of the court, but also a high-risk player, which means that more errors will be made throughout the match. So how do you just resettle and refocus is going to be really important for Falcone. And the way to do that, Richard, is just try and hit a little bit more length and get yourself, when you want to attack, don't attack from the back of the court just yet. If you are making a few errors, start attacking from when you're in front, not behind.
And I think what we've seen also from Aiden Chang, because he's hitting his targets now, that it really is tying his Ecuadorian opponent in a few knots, because he is really limited in what he could do. Earlier in the match, there was a lot of open court play where the racket prep and, you know, lack of technical control wasn't so much of a problem, but now the ball's closer to the sidewalls and deeper. It's really causing him some troubles.
Absolutely, and good strategy for sure, as Aiden Chang doing a nice job of coming back in that second game. It's after losing the first 8-11 to come back in the 11-6, refocusing, going straight and deep off the return of serve, I think was a changing factor for him. He's immediately then able to get on the tee and pounce on the next ball that comes, instead of going straight and short, which causes him a lot of trouble.
And also the racket prep is just helping him to appraise the oncoming ball and his choices earlier. And we saw there a number of times Martin Falcone, you know, he did not prepare his racket until after the ball bounced. And if the ball bounced in the back nick and squirted out awkwardly, there was no plan, there was no time to plan, and there were mistakes on the execution, either into the tin or out on a number of occasions.
One all level.
Well, I'm going to be interested to see how Falcone comes out in this third game, and whether or not he can establish a little bit more of a foundation of good length, and then use his great attacking shots when he's in the front of the court. So it'll be interesting to see if he can take advantage of opportunities when he knows that he just lost that previous game by making a lot of unforced errors.
I'm immediately noticing a much more intentional attitude from Aiden Chang compared to the first game. Remember the first game, there was quite a lot of banging around and just whacking and, you know, athleticism, but not too much form. He has opened this game by placing balls into the back of the court with medium pace rather than just whacking it.
2 love.
And immediately he's taken the advantage with that placement and direction. And, you know, you talked about how Falcone was when the ball went out of court and he was on his toes. I've noticed that on the return of serve, so far he's been standing absolutely dead still with his racket down by his ankles.
Oh, that was a
Hand out 1-2.
little top spin action.
Yeah, a little bit, a little bit of Griffin Manley from Canada from yesterday.
Wow, that was great.
But there again, we saw that Aiden Chang played a good
Hand
ball
out
to the back of the
3-1.
court, and Falcone didn't have the racket prep up. And when the ball squirted out of the nick, he didn't have any swing available, and he's lost the point because of his lack of readiness.
2-3, hand out.
So, Chanel, I think it's pretty clear that if Aiden Chang operates his game plan of getting the ball deep and taking a moment to set up and place it before he takes the ball in short, he does very well. But if he strays from that and leaves half-court balls, then his Ecuadorian opponent is very good at
4-2,
counter-attacking and is very fast to do so. So, you know, it's the straight and narrow for Aiden Chang, or he's going to be in trouble.
Absolutely. I mean, he's okay to go cross too, Richard, as long as the ball lands in the back of the court, second bounce dies, or like that, right? So that's not necessarily the
5-2.
straight and narrow that we've been talking about, but he's getting the ball deep, which is causing a lot of trouble for Falcone.
Especially with Falcone's late racket prep. If you catch the back wall or side wall, it's going to put him under a lot of pressure. He won't be able
Hand
to
out 3-5.
place the shot. But if you leave it half court loose, then that whippy action of his can produce little quick shots and boasts, which will give Aiden a lot of problems.
4-5.
Again, we see the overhead. For some reason, everybody at this tournament seems to think that the overhead is a license to not target the ball and just bang it as hard as you can towards the
5-all.
floor. And all it does is feed the opponent, giving you no time. I hope we see somebody soon whose overheads are directed and placed rather than just whacked.
Oh, wrong shot selection, that's trouble. Good recovery from Falcone. Just resetting the rally, and that's desperation.
6-5.
Wow, haven't seen Chang put in something like that from the back of the court.
Yeah, a little impatience there, unfortunately. He was doing so well with his medium pace, higher dying length, and it's just disappeared in the last couple of rallies.
Good mix up in the serve. Always like seeing the younger players add that element to their
Yeah.
game as well, and something that I think players take for granted is just mixing up the serve can have a big impact on your opponent.
Now, a little disappointed with Aiden Chang here.
9-5.
He started this game well, but he's gone back to smacking his leg with his racket, you know, angry with himself, and he's putting more energy into his annoyance with what he failed to do in the past than he is putting into thinking about what he's going to do in the future.
2, not up. 2. 2.
And he knows what the game plan is,
Hand
but he
out.
has
6-9.
got impatient, and he's tried to play several of those attacking short balls from behind his opponent.
7-9.
So he needs to get back on the straight and narrow here. Half court,
Yeah, that's going to be punished.
and another bang on the leg, which I don't like to see.
10-7, game ball.
Just that late
8-10.
racket preparation that then prevents him from reacting to the ball that comes directly to his body.
It tends to be a slap rather than controlled pace.
Game.
Well, Richard, he certainly made the changes that he needed to make in this third game. I did think that he established pretty good length to begin off with that allowed him those opportunities to step out in front. Chang not quite playing as smart as he did in the second game and just working the rally, working his opponent. At times we saw him get a little desperate from the back of the court and try to do something into the front, which only benefits a player like Falcone.
Right, and Falcone, if you play a loose ball, doesn't need a second invitation.
No.
He has a very good instinct for how to hurt his opponent off of a loose ball. Less able from the tight ball, as we saw. So pretty plain what needs to be done, but Chang needs to be patient enough to do it.
Absolutely, and one of the best shots for Chang is that backhand volley, and the more opportunities he can get to play those shots and play them well, the more confidence he automatically gets as well. So it sort of works in different ways too. You play good shots, you get more opportunities to play your favorite shots or your best shots, and the confidence just goes up and up and up. So hopefully he'll step out on court in this fourth game. I would like to see him work the backhand corner better. And we've seen how if you play good length, you get rewarded for that. And especially against a player like Falcone, he struggles a little bit but on the backhand side.
Yep, exactly right. So both of the players, when they've lost games, have come back on to return serve inactive with slack body language. I would love to see Chang come back on here and just, let it be known that he's up for this, that he's on his toes, that he's engaged, that he's activated. Of course, I'm asking a lot. These are under 13s, but that's the way the game is moving these days, towards this more maturity at younger age groups.
Absolutely, and they definitely have the potential, right? It's not like we're talking about these players as if there's no hope in the future. I mean, these are talented U13s, and with just a little bit of these changes being made, they can take their game up to the next level as well. So.
2-love.
There we saw that Aiden Chang had an opportunity to take charge, but he played short twice, and he should have played a long ball to take his opponent to the back of the court. It's so tempting to think that the front of the court is the place to win, but actually we win the game of squash with what we do to the back of the court. The final shot to the front of the court typically is just either the coup de grace when you've already won the rally, or it's an approach shot to create an opportunity to take your opponent to the back of the court.
Not up. Hand out, 1-3.
Shrewd move here by Aiden Chang to use that little topspin push, taking the time away from his opponent. Falcone immediately in this game is playing more penetrative length than he has before.
Absolutely.
Do like Aiden Chang's backhand setup.
I mean, that's a great shot, Richard, and someone who has as good creative skills and hands from the front of the court, add the combination of good length, that's deadly. I think the element there that he can certainly improve on is that racket preparation.
Yes, yeah. I mean, if he can improve his technical skills with his natural competitive instincts and his athleticism, he's a real hot prospect, I'd say.
3-5.
Well, Chang trying to creep his way back into this fourth game, and that is the type of quality that he needs to play, but also the corner that he needs to play in.
Yeah, and that struck the front wall above the service line, catching the sidewall, dying length. It's pretty plain that that's the way to play it. But so many of the players just want to whack the ball as if bludgeoning the ball is going to kill people. There's that amazing backhand volley we talked about. overstretched, really, so a little bit risky, but he got away with it. Little indecision here.
Yeah.
He should have
Hand
taken
out
it,
6-5.
and he would have done well.
Out. 7-5.
Well, this is make or break time for Aiden Chang. He's got to get up the court, volley the ball deep, take charge. Very nice tight ball.
Hand
Yeah.
out,
nice.
6-7.
And he actually has some good skills with a little topspin on both sides. And topspin, as viewers may or may not know, makes the ball want to travel straight, same as good slice does. And it's a good policy when you're playing tight off tight. You have to practice it, and it's an advanced skill, but it works
7-all.
well. What a great comeback!
Absolutely.
Now,
And-
I don't like that shot from the back of the court there, but he's gotten away with it.
But it's so rewarding.
Yeah, He's definitely got a little more spring in his step here. Aiden Chang is doing his very best.
Hand out,
Absolutely,
8-7.
and just needs to keep that positive energy up and positive play too, even when Falcone hits good shots and wins the point. He goes back to what he does best, and that's getting the ball in the back of the court and then looking for that backhand volley opportunity. That's trouble.
Well played, he's on his toes.
There it
Good
is.
prep. Oh, and
Oh.
we saw that
Hand out,
again,
8-all.
as the Ecuadorian arrives, he's only still preparing his racket. He hasn't stabilized his foot, and so there's no way that he can transfer his weight into the shot with any kind of control. And again from the back
9-8.
of the court here, Mr. Chang with his little cut.
Well, it works too on this court where it just nicks the corner in the front of the court and then dies immediately. So he's figured out the effectiveness of that.
2-2.
Richard, what a change this is here
10-8
on
game
in
ball.
this fourth game.
And, you know, it all stemmed from getting activated and infused and getting that length going. And he really has come back into this match with a positive attitude and a good game plan.
Falcone getting a little desperate from the back of the court with those boasts. Would like to see him rather attack straight.
It's a good rally here.
Hand out, 9-10. Game ball.
Oh, I love that emotion there.
So let's see if he gets himself prepared properly for this return to serve. Not ready, so he's got to get those glasses on. I want to see him on his toes. Little inactive, but he's moved up with a great aggression there. See his court position there was in front of the short line.
Oh, both players working so hard. Falcone just trying to stay in this. Oh, what a way to end that fourth game. That's beautiful. He's found success in that corner.
And what a workman-like performance there by Aiden Chiang. He really built his positions, but I think maybe the most important thing was the positive body language. And, you know, for a little boy that in the first game was slamming his leg with his racket and focusing on what he'd failed to do, he decided that, you know, if he was going to do something, he was going to get busy, and busy he got.
Absolutely. He knows what I like about Chang too is that he knows what his strengths are, and he just needs to make sure that he can capitalize on that a little bit more and create more of those opportunities for himself. Now, Falcone stepped out, Richard, in that fourth game ready to go. Like, he was on fire in the first couple of points and finding his targets and finding the front of the court really well. But we saw as soon as Chang was able to establish good length, that's where the tables turned.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing I liked about Chang is how high up the court that he was getting himself. And that in itself was putting pressure on Falcone, who knew that the ball was going to be intercepted early. And, you know, that could affect your control of your shot because you feel a little fearful.
Well, fifth game, this is the first real test that we've seen this morning. And prediction here, Richard.
I'm going to go with Aiden Chiang. If he keeps his energy and his positive attitude and his court position, that's what I want to see. I want to see his court position up that court, putting pressure on. And I think if he focuses on getting forwards, he will hit the quality, width and length that he needs to dominate.
I think too the body language that he'll step out with in this fifth game is going to work in his favor. We saw as soon as he made that change, right, the effects of the quality of shots immediately improved.
Yeah, I mean, obviously young players are a little bit more liable to fluctuations in focus and performance, but if he continues to do what he did from the middle of that fourth game, I think it will be plain sailing.
Well, another ball lost, but luckily retrieved as we get ready to start this fifth game. So important for Falcone to, I think, to try and create more opportunities for himself in the front by hitting good length.
Chang's immediately gone short under pressure there, which is a shame, really. He needed to keep it long.
I would like to see Falcone, which he definitely has the skills because he's done it on when he hits a cross court, is to just slow it down a little bit, just a fraction.
Well, we see Aiden Chang playing a couple of sort of dubious, speculative balls to the front of the court. He does set up that backhand very nicely, full preparation. But again, we're seeing that in a battle of sort of more chaotic squash, it's always going to be Falcone that's going to win. He is the better counter-attacker from loose ball. So we've got to see Aiden Chiang get this framework back, this strict, controlled framework that hamstrings his opponent, limits what he can do. And going for the cross-court Nick return to serve, not, I would suggest, part of a disciplined framework.
Oh, just not. There instances rack it up and not prepared to take that or recover from that shot. Did a really nice job of retrieving it, but I would have liked to see him do something else.
Great tightness, a lucky pickup. But we're seeing Aiden Chang on his toes again, which is great to see. Lee Scott would be very happy.
Oh, that's an unfortunate error, but bad shot selection in that instance. So that's what led to you having to play a better quality shot because of the poor shot selection.
So difficult to stick to a strategic game plan that will bring you the results you want, and at the same time make sure that you don't think about the winning post and trying to just sneakily win cheap points.
It was such a beautiful backhand volley.
Yeah, now he didn't try and hit that as a winner. He stroked that home, which was really nice to see. But, you know, he's in a bit of a hole, 2-4.
3-4.
But there's a tin from his opponent. And again, you saw the late preparation. The ball flicks off the back wall. He's rushed his shot. Width and length not there from Chang.
Falcone has a beautiful cross court. It sort of floats it over to the other side. Does a really nice job.
So 5-3. Now, where's Mr. Chiang's attitude here? A little bit of sleep, adjusting his glasses.
That's a missed volley opportunity.
And another one there. And another one there. There's the volley taken.
Oh.
Not a great volley, but the
But
volleyer won the point.
He finds the nick, and
Left side. Left side.
that's ultimately what happens, right? You get a little nervous, right? You're not that confident, and then the first thing that goes away is either the short shot or the volley, when in fact you should be volleying a little bit more.
Precision needs to come back into this for Aiden Chang if he's going to compete in the final stages of this 5th game.
Oh!
7-3.
Here's the
Richard,
wrist.
look at that!
Lots of floppy wrist. But flicked at speed. That's the great thing about wrist, of course, is it gives you no reaction time. It's sudden. So 7-3. Martin Falcone from Ecuador taking charge of this 5th game. But he himself leaving a loose ball that can be counterattacked. Half length, and there's that cross court that he's used favourably a number of times.
Hand out. 8-4.
We've seen a couple of shots being hit down the middle, and that always is, it's trouble because there's so many options from that position, and I think Falcone has handled it a lot better than his opponent Chang.
Such a great opportunity to box your opponent out when the player plays down the middle. Here we are, match ball, and the discipline unfortunately didn't stay with Aiden Chang. And, you know, the counter-attacking, explosive competitiveness of Martin Falcone has seen him through to this stage.
Well, a risky cross-court volley nick being played by Chang.
Match.
And the shot that he's best at ends up being the one that loses him the match here on this glass court in the boys under 13. It was Martin Falcone came out firing in that 5th game the same way he did in the 4th, but wasn't able to hang on to it. And Chang just losing that length, losing the strategy too early on in the match.
Clearly he is a very strong player potentially in the future, and especially when he gets the maturity of years to keep the mental discipline. I think he will do very well. If he can get rid of the racket smacking into the leg and stick to his game plan, I really like his fundamentals. His coach and he are to be congratulated on the polish that they've put in. But equally with Mr. Falcone, you know, he's done very well with less technical ability, but a raw competitive spirit and a very good understanding of how to counterattack.
Absolutely, I'm very impressed with the skills he has with his racket when put in those situations. It's just now can he develop that other element of his game of good technique, but also just good length. We've seen him have really good cross courts and using the height, so he has that in his back pocket. He just needs to work a little bit harder on developing a straight length.
Yeah, but certainly the match of the day so far.
Yeah, absolutely fun to watch, and good skills between these two players. Great attitude from Falcone, who manages to win that in 5, and he'll move on in the boys under 13 main draw. So next match will be starting very shortly in boys under 15, so stay tuned. Well, here we are on glass court number 6. These two boys under 15 division now, playing on court here is Mero Almirasi in the black shirt. He's serving on the left wall. He's up against Abdallah Isa from England. The boys under 15 now, Richard, we've seen some boys under 13, some girls under 13, a whole mixture. Now we're getting into this boys under 15 age group. What is the biggest difference that we're going to notice here on court?
Well, to me, these guys look like boys under 23 for a start. You know, look at the size and strength of these 14-year-old athletes. Quite remarkable. Still a little bit stringy, haven't filled out yet, but you know, massive range, and you know, the feet always look big when they haven't quite filled out yet, but you know, tremendous strength, speed. It's hard for me to believe that these are 14-year-old athletes.
Absolutely, and I think just in obviously the level of play will be different from what you've seen if you've been tuning in the entire time, but also, well, we hope the construction of rallies will be much higher, right? There's a more strategic approach to working your opponent, forcing them all the way into the front of the court, all the way into the back of the court, and no easy way out in a match like this.
No. Now, obviously, we've got somebody playing in the American system and somebody playing in the British system here, and that's always going to be an interesting matchup, because Great Britain, with its traditions of up and down the lines historically, colder courts, harder plaster courts, it produces a slightly different kind of squash player. And here in the United States, we tend to have warmer courts, and the materials the courts are made out of less hard wearing. So very interesting to see the contrast in style.
Absolutely. The young English player is the 4th ranked player at this tournament, so he is the higher seed, hoping to come through here in this main round match. But I don't think it's going to be an easy task.
No, I mean, initially, first blush, he does look more technically astute. He looks like his setup is earlier, his body positioning is a little bit better. Almirasi is a little bit more wristy, but not quite as classic. 90 degrees, he's not getting the right distance from the ball consistently, so he may be under a little bit of pressure here.
6-3.
Other right.
Yeah. I like the way that Abdallah Isa is using his movement as he strikes the ball to get into position. Clearly somebody who's always wanting to be ready for his opponent's next shot, rather than being so focused on trying to get results out of each individual shot he himself plays.
Absolutely, and just if you look at the way that they're moving, the contrast, right, it's Isa flowing a little bit more comfortably around the court, where Almirasi seems to be taking more steps than he needs to. He is just as tall as his opponent, so he seems a little more frantic when trying to get to a shot.
Yeah, and that's it. That incremental lateness builds and builds and builds until suddenly the space between you and the ball is just too much.
8-3.
Oh,
good reach, a little top spin here.
9-3.
that's a fantastic get. I mean, look at the quality of that shot.
Like his backhand. Good setup, good 90 degrees, moving off the ball. You know, everything you want to see. If I was going to
Game
be
ball.
really fussy, I'd say that he hasn't quite got used to his height yet, and occasionally he gets too close to the ball because he doesn't use that racket prep to measure the distance perfectly, but it's still pretty good.
Game.
Well, that's good recovery to see him get in and out of his shot. And wow, Richard, I'm very impressed with that quality of play and shots from Issa, the English player, and he's constructing the rallies well. But also, we saw him under pressure 2 or 3 times, and he was able to hit what we've been saying all day and all day yesterday is tight from tight.
Yeah, yeah. You know, that one top spin float down the side wall, all he was interested in was placement, and you know, it was very effective. You know, justifiably, you might have thought that he was going to lose that point, but he's reached in there and just used precision as his weapon, and it's been very effective.
What I'd like to see from his opponent is a little bit more composure on court, a little calmness in getting the ball to float into the back corners instead of trying to sort of attack into the front too soon. He's playing against someone that is just as tall, right, and just as sort of better technically and moves around the court better. It's a matter of now how much can you put your opponent under pressure in the back of the court.
Yeah, and you know, Elmer Rossi is playing shot-centric squash. He's really focusing one shot at a time. He's not really connecting in a flowing rally. Whereas Issa, you can see there's a justification for each thing he does. He's seeing where it's going to lead him in the rally. So, you know, we've really got somebody who's, in terms of the timeline, thinking further into the future in Issa, and his opponent Elmer Rossi really, you know, stuck in the present and occasionally veering into the past.
Well, I definitely thought that that first game, I mean, it was only the first, six points of the match. It was going to be closer than an 11-3 scoreline. I guess I underestimated just how good the young Englishman is.
And but also I think you were not wrong in the assessment in the first few points, because he had not settled down. But once he got his rhythm and he started organising the court, you know, he really was in control strategically.
Yeah.
You see again there Elmer Rossi attacking his opponent with a cross court, but there was no movement with the shot, and it turned into a counter-attack opportunity for Issa.
Oh, that's a beautiful hold by Issa. You saw there, he hold, and then just flick. You're luring your opponent into the front right corner, and then just changing direction that last second.
But you can see here, Elmer Rossi is definitely a hit-move mentality, whereas Issa is a move-hit mentality. Hit-move means you're behind play. Move-hit means you're on the way to the next situation as you play. You see there, Elmer Rossi hit, then moved. And he tends to stand when he's played his shot.
Hand out 1-2.
Great reach.
One of the seldom occasions that Issa didn't move off his ball and left himself exposed.
Hand out 3-1.
But again, Issa rolling along here, very organised. You can see, we've talked, Chanel, about the players that we recognise that when they're standing in their ready position are light on their toes, inclined towards the ball, hungry, ready to cover any part of the court. They don't really care where the ball's going to go. They're sort of daring their opponent to challenge them because they're so ready.
Hand out 2-5.
Very upright play there.
Well, I think he also changed his mind at split second and
6-2.
didn't quite follow through or step into the ball the way that he would have liked.
But again, you know, when I think back to Jonathan Power and my old friend David Pearson, who was Nick Matthews' coach, on a backhand shot at the front of the court, their eyes were right down to the level of the ball, which gave them so many options. And by getting down, you actually load your legs because your knees bend and you've got so much more explosivity available. Standing upright,
7-2.
putting the ball doesn't give you many options.
Well, just noticing also technical flaw from Almirasi on the backhand side. You see the broken wrist.
Yes.
Richard sort of coming over the racket. He's going to find himself in a lot of trouble in the back of the court.
You know, he has that wristy style and he can slap a loose ball fairly effectively. But so often, that time he moved off the ball, that was better, but so often he hits, watches, and then moves. And a player like Issa, who likes to counter-attack, can use that lack of position against him.
Eight, 3.
I think your advice to Almirasi to loft that ball up and try and start building positions in front of his opponent was what needed to be done. But he seems to be somebody who just likes to
9-3.
play one shot at a time, and that unfortunately does get him into quite a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and as much as that strategy,
And out 4-9.
I love using that as a strategy for players like this. However, it's when you play against someone like Issa who really likes and looks for the volley opportunities, you have to be that much more accurate if you're going to loft the
And
ball in,
out
because any
10-4 game ball.
missed shot or misplacement of the ball is going to be volleyed.
But we can see what's happening to Almirasi when he's giving any loose ball. He's immediately under
Game.
pressure. So he has to find a way of playing tight, deep length whilst he pushes himself up the court. His strategic position up the court in front of Issa is the key, because at the moment when Issa gets in front, he's so encouraged and he has such a great range that Almirasi is really the poor relation in the whole deal.
Absolutely. We saw even more skills come into play by Issa, who can really control the ball and is so precise with his shots. He knows where he needs to hit it, how hard he needs to hit it, how high on the front wall in order for the ball to land accurately in all four corners of the court. I'm very impressed with what we're seeing on display here from the young Englishman. And when he has those opportunities to take the volley, he hunts them down, which is something that we've seen in previous matches of they're losing those opportunities and they're not taking advantage of them. Where here, he works the rally into the back of the court, looks for the opening, places it in to move his opponent, not necessarily to win the point. And then if a reward of a volley comes around, he'll take it. Fairly straightforward 2 games here on this glass court in the boys under 15, and I think he has a bright future ahead of him, Issa. I mean, I'm really interested to see how he gets challenged when he meets sort of the number 1 or the number 2 or number 3 ranked players.
Yeah, I agree. I think his only sort of Achilles heel at the moment might be how maneuverable he is if somebody was really good at twisting and turning him around. But certainly his technical skills are good, but more than his technical skills, his mind is operating on a different plane to his opponent here, and he's constantly looking for his opponent to return the ball, even off attacking shots. He isn't falling into the trap that his opponent is falling into of trying to play shots that his opponent can't get back. He's playing the shot to attack them, fully expecting the ball to come back and having to then attack another ball just that much further ahead in the
Absolutely.
process.
And we see from the replays too the way that he moves in and out of the ball really effectively, and setting up for what's to come next is going to see him be very successful. So Two Love hasn't been tested at all, really, I would say, and this third game is be interesting to see if El Marassi can come out and do what we said earlier, just take the pace off a little bit, work your opponent into the back of the court, and when the opportunity strikes, maybe be more patient rather than try and go for the easy way out.
And he's made a good start. He's played 2 or 3 deep balls, El Marassi, and managed to get in front a couple of times.
Well, that's much better, Richard. There we saw again, got the opportunity to go short on that backhand side, decided to play straight down the line, and another opportunity presents itself, right? So that, to me, is the strategy in this third game.
It's not as if he doesn't have a range of shots. He does, but he
absolutely
tends to play them as single attacks rather than part of a construction.
He does cover the court well too, right?
Yeah,
so he is going to get to a lot of those shots, but what do you do when you get to those shots is the real question.
Hand out 1-2.
See what his stance is when he's waiting to return serve. Not very active, a little static, but he hit a nice cross-court nick there. Again, he definitely has, you know, some one-shot skills, but he needs multiple shot skills and rally construction to build a strategic plan against a player of this capacity. Winning points isn't going to do you any good against Issa. You've got to construct a strategy for winning matches.
And developing that defensive play as well from the front of the court. Would like to see him develop the cross-court lob with a straight lob as a way just to reset the rally and get him back into it.
2-3.
I mean, this is a high standard of play, but of course we have to remember that it wasn't that long ago that we were seeing Sam Todd play this level, and you know, his game plan strategy was, you know, several levels of maturity above this. Well, that was a nice little inside-out, top and side spin drop shot there from Issa, which shows some real skill.
3-all.
Oh!
Didn't quite hit the nick. I think
Issa
Issa was assuming it did hit the nick. So you know what you do when we assume. I can usually manage on my own, thank you very much. Well, a little lead there for El Marassi, briefly.
4-5.
Or maybe longer, but he was holding the ascendancy for a while anyway.
Well, attacking really early on that backhand side and worked in the first couple of points, but has done it too much now. Now Issa's starting to step up more.
Well, again, we're seeing this sort of demonstration of what I said earlier. That, you know, he has the one-shot attack, but it isn't part of a, you know, strategic plan, and it will win points, but it will not create fatigue and distort in an opponent like Issa. But he is quite good at hitting that.
Very
and
good
you'd think that Issa might actually think to himself, you know, I've been beaten by that a couple of times. Maybe I'll put the serve right on the side wall, or down the middle, or at his feet, or something. But, you know, Issa's just been walking in mindlessly to the same serve each time. Is he going to do it again? He nearly did do it again as well. So maybe some room for improvement mentally with the 15-year-old Englishman, or 14-year-old Englishman, I beg his pardon.
Well, when El Marassi, we've seen he has those shots and those opportunities. I would like to see him bend his knees a little bit more when he's stepping in to play the volley drops.
I don't think that he has perhaps the understanding and the mental representation in his mind that his eyes should be down to the level of the ball when he makes contact.
10-7, game match ball.
He's very awkwardly standing there, not really activated, not really presenting any challenge or threat visually to the opponent. What I will say is that he has great raw material, and you know, if he has a coach or gets involved with the coach in future that can teach him all of this other aspect of the game, that there's great potential, great upside there
Handout
for El Marashi.
8-10.
Wow, what a way
Match.
to end off that third game and win the match. Isa a little close for comfort in that third, and really just finding the corners and finding the nicks that El Marashi, as we mentioned, Richard, is that one shot, right? When he has those opportunities, he goes for them. He's going to make them most of the time, but is it long term? Is
Right.
he able to maintain that for the duration of a match? And we've seen that that it's not favored him when he's up against someone that can construct rallies a little bit more strategically.
Yeah, that mental maturity of rally construction is yet to come with El Marashi. I'm sure it will come, and with his other assets, he has great promise. He obviously has not matured into his body yet. He's a big guy who hasn't got that muscular strength to support those long limbs yet, and there's some technical things that need to be done. Isa, on the other hand, you know, really very complete squash player at the age of 14. You know, he does look about 27, I have to say. But, you know, really nice fundamental setup and lovely balance. And he's definitely a constructor of rallies and game plans. A couple of times, you know, a little bit unaware of what his opponent was doing when he served, and that's something to watch out for, because giving people free points is not something that you want to do. In this match, less important, but strolling in to hit a serve like that at 2-all and 5-all in the fifth, that would be unforgivable.
Absolutely, especially as he now moves on into the main duel, where he'll start meeting some of those higher ranked players, and it'll be. I'm really excited to follow him this tournament. He is the 4th ranked player in his age group, and so he'll end up meeting someone in the semi-final, right? And if seedings go according to plan, right? If everyone makes it through, then he'll probably end up playing the number 1 seed. So it's. When tested in those opportunities, can he keep the same mental focus and maturity that we saw him play with, especially in those first 2 games?
Yeah, I will say that El Marashi in this last game did twist and turn him a couple of times, and you could see there was some vulnerability to manoeuvring around the court.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll be following him closely throughout this tournament, and a few more matches for this morning session. Another one that will begin at 10, was scheduled for 10:55, girls under 17, and then after that match, it's Marina Stefanoni, Richard, who I'm excited to see play, and especially on this glass court here at Harvard.
Yeah, I've been following Marina for a number of years. She's come and played exhibitions for me at the clubs where I've been situated. She's one of the most efficient, unassuming movers, and she has the ability to deliver ground shots and you know, attacking boasts, which you just don't see coming, because she does it so minimalistically that the warning is so limited, and her movement, of course, you know, she's very, very mobile. And you know, here she is at whatever age she is now. What is she now?
Oh, I think she's 16.
16, winning multiple professional tournaments. I think that speaks volumes about her maturity and her potential and upside for the future.
Absolutely, and we'll see girls under 17 warming up on the glass court there, and this match will be getting started shortly.
Sarah to serve. Isabella to receive. Best of 5 games level.
Well, here we are, girls under 17 matchup between these two players. It's Isabella Randa from Brooklyn, New York in the white dress up against Sarah Chow from Canada in the white and blue. So main draw match, girls under 17.
And that's a beautiful slow motion replay there
Love.
of the young Canadian. Very poised, great weight transference, pushing off her leg as she hits the shot. Our American Isabella, a little bit more of a furious swing, more arm, less legs and weight transfer. And it seems to me that Sarah Chow here has a really efficient stroke and movement. So it remains to be seen exactly what's going to happen, but she looks very organized to me.
Well, she did come second at the Canadian Junior Open just last weekend, Richard, so that's a great result for her heading into the US Junior Open.
And you can see she's also controlling the pace very nicely.
Handouts, 1-3.
Mixing up that pace. Isabella, on the other hand, is more of an all-out warrior and is attacking most of the balls she can hit. So I'm not sure how that is going to affect her in terms of her court position.
Well, interesting, just looking at the draws in the girls under 17.
2-3.
This is Isabella's first match of the tournament. She had a bye in the first round and a walkover in the second. So that too, that's tough to be now on a Saturday and playing against someone that's already played or already gotten the nerves out in that first. I mean, the nerves never really go away, but gotten some of those nerves out in the first round matches. And yeah, that's to meet Sarah Chow in this round is a tough ask.
Although, to give her credit here, with her all-out attack, she has very quickly managed to find opportunities to intercept early.
Oh, that's a beautiful touch from the young American.
Yeah, she is a very, very busy-looking squash player, and I think she might have caught Sarah Chow a little cold here. And the first thing I notice about Sarah Chow on the return of serve also is she is not keen on volleying the return of serve, and on this court that could be fatal. Good hold and moves off that ball with the ball. You see her weight transferring back in time with the ball, much as we've described in the solo drill that we talked about, both cross-court solo drill, where keeping the body in rhythm with the ball is so important. There again, Sarah Chow letting the ball come off the back wall, giving her opponent extra time and position.
Well, cross courts from the front of the court.
Yeah, she really strikes these balls well, and I'm really liking the way that she's loading her legs and transferring her weight through her body into the racket as she's moving off the ball.
(7-6).
But I think she does need to be in front to be effective, and Isabella did a good job of getting her behind and dominating her from in front.
I do think that she is catching, Randa is catching Chow off guard at times with sort of the flick of the wrist too, and attacking from positions that she might not necessarily think are attacking positions.
And again, you know, here's a player, obviously very talented, Sarah Chow, who is absolutely static on return of serve, and therefore reacts to the serve instead of is proactively looking to volley the return of serve. So it's a very
8-7.
simple cure, but you have to activate your feet before the opponent strikes the serve if you want to be able to get onto the ball early.
Wow, great jumping on that
Handout 8-all.
drop to execute a beautiful straight drive.
And, you know, I'm not sure what the result of this match will be, but I would say, looking at Sarah Chow, she's a player that could be dominated, and she does
9-8.
seem to become quite demure when she's forced into the back of the court behind her opponent. She's not as feisty as I would like to see. She's, you know, beautiful in terms of her technique and elegant in her movement, but that elegance is not ferocious enough for me.
Good volley from Rhonda. Wow, she's now done 2 shots where moving
9-10.
her opponent around the court, forcing that shot into the front right, and just beautifully executing it down the wall.
And again, we saw towards the end of that rally, as it seemed that Chow was getting into trouble, there was almost a physical capitulation. You know, rather than some players, I'm thinking about me and Hansa yesterday, are prepared to throw their bodies around with harem, scarum, wildness, and that is sometimes necessary if you really want to get yourself out of trouble. So, you know, first game to Sarah Chow, and elegant, beautiful strokes. Isabella perhaps just not managing to keep the ball tight enough for long enough, but a little question mark for me about Sarah Chow when she is overwhelmed and dominated.
Well, you can certainly see that Isabella Rhonda is excited to be on court, right? Hungry to be on court, and rightfully so. So that too has a positive effect on her play as well, and could, as we saw in the first couple of points, catch her opponent, Sarah Chow, off guard. I think the strategy moving forward for Sarah Chow is to pin her opponent, Rhonda, in the back left corner. And deep corner, sorry. We've seen a couple of points now being won from that side, and like vice versa for Rhonda, constructing the rallies in the back, forcing a burst to then land in the front right, and then that beautiful straight drive that she hits really, really well seemed to be effective in that first.
I would like to see her initial speculative length at a pace that gives her enough time.
Absolutely.
And in fact, I'm going to rephrase that. I'd like to see her more interested initially in getting herself up the court as she uses a medium pace length. But she definitely is a hit move person. She's not, at this point, from the back of the court, a move hit person.
Sarah leads by 1 game
she
to
does
love.
Actually
Second
move
game,
hit at
love
the
'em.
front of the court, and she seems to understand the strategy of attack from the front much better than she understands the building construction strategy from the back. See how long she spends in the same places she's hit the ball from the back of the court after she struck the ball, instead of moving up as she strikes the ball. And I think she tries to make up for that by really smacking the ball hard, but unfortunately that just brings the ball to her opponent sooner, and so she's scrambling from behind a lot of the time. Not sure, you know, I think that is probably an okay decision because Sarah Chow was not early into position.
Oh, just landing too short second bounce
Two
can't
love.
be by the service box against someone that's going to punish it into the front. And doesn't have to be an amazing shot, right? It has to be tight and forces your opponent to move. So she's going to get penalized for that a
And
lot.
out,
Yeah.
1-2.
I think it's another case of somebody that needs to understand the elevation on the front wall, as well as the importance of physically being up the court before your opponent can strike the next shot.
And out,
And we saw on that
3-1.
last rally where she got beaten by the drop shot that she was actually standing behind the service box when Sarah Chow went for her drop shot.
And out, 2-3.
But again, I saw there Sarah Chow when she felt that she was out of position. No, life or death desire to
3-0.
chase the next ball down. Tolerant acceptance that she'd lost the point. Well, you can't afford to ever accept that you've lost the point in this sport. Upright. And then again, here's
4-3.
where David Pearson's eyes would be down there, Jonathan Power's eyes would be down there. That was at the level of her waist. She does hit that cross court beautifully.
Very well.
It's very
And
efficient.
out, 4-0.
It isn't smashed. It's weighted, targeted control.
Well, she's definitely causing trouble
5-4.
for Rhonda in that corner.
Yeah, so
6-4.
if I was coaching Isabella, I'd be teaching her to go to the back corners with loaded legs to leave instead of going to the back
7-4.
corners to whack the ball. At the moment, she's a whacker in the back corners, and she doesn't really work on her strategic movement at all until after she's delivered the shot. Which you can see there, classic example. She hit first, scurried up, but by the
8-4.
time she's scurrying up, the ball's already going to the back of the court. So she's behind the time of the game. And it's just consistently
9-4.
happening.
Well, I also think that this second game is a little bit more straightforward than the first for Chow, just by honestly improving her quality of length. She's immediately
10-4
put
game ball.
Rhonda under so much pressure, or if she hasn't made the error, then she's forced to boast, right? So
Right.
And out,
it's
5-10.
it's the simple things done really, really well in the second game that has allowed her to go 10-5 up.
Yeah. Wrong reason to be playing short there. Good width and length.
Yeah, that's it. That's a great shot. I mean, that's a good construction of rally that we've been talking about all day and all day yesterday. It's forcing the back of the point, the back of the court, squeezing the post, and then if you need to play short or go across, those are the two options you have. And she did that was a great rally right over there.
Yeah, yeah. So much better than the first game by Sarah Chow. Just one or two occasions later, there was one ripped return of serve from Isabella, and Sarah Chow again overwhelmed, and I think not just physically but psychologically overwhelmed. The problem for Isabella is because she smashes the ball out of the return of serve in the back corners, she frequently is very late into position, and the ball's being played before she's even arrived into her defensive position. So, the basic equation of squash is, you've got to be back in position before your opponent can possibly hit your ball. And if you're sending the ball to your opponent before you're in position, you've got the equation backwards.
Absolutely, and a difficult thing to learn too, Richard. We talk about these things and we sort of give advice, but that it takes practice. It takes time. These players are learning as they're growing and as they're getting older and playing more tournaments, and so these things that we say and that you talk about so well, it's not going to happen overnight, and the changes need to be made in practice and with their coaches as well.
Yeah, and also I think as we as a sport grow, we need to encourage young people to express their ideas and have more forums and more interactions, because we do tend to just play, but there's not a lot of actual discussion and expression of ideas, and a lot of players have assumptions about what the game is about, and when they're expressed out loud, they realize, oh, well, that doesn't make logical sense. I need to understand the logic of the game. And not just juniors, by the way. A lot of adults
absolutely
have grown up with beliefs that actually don't work.
Well, can Ronda slow the game down just a little bit here in this third to keep herself in the match, or will she move forward at the same pace? And just shot selection that hasn't quite worked in her favor here against Chow.
Well, even though she lost that rally, there was a lofted ball into the back corner, which showed some promise. And even if she wants to whack the ball hard from the back of the court, if she would just do it as she was on her way up the court instead of whacking it and then moving up the court, I think she, has a good strategy for overwhelming Sarah Chow, who does not like to be dominated. But you've got to do it with your physical position, not with just the one-shot mentality. Here we go. She's played this as she's arrived, and now she wants to leave, but of course Sarah wants to come in. If she'd got there to leave, she would have been gone before Sarah would have wanted to go in. Sequencing in squash is so important, and this is why we have to have these discussions so that people understand the logic of the game.
Oh, it came at the right time. Post Nick. She needed that little bit of light in this third game. I do like the way Chow strikes the ball, Richard, especially just the basic cross-court and straight drive. She generates quite a good pace on the ball and good depth as well.
And noticeably with minimal arm usage. She has the ability to galvanize the leg strength and transfer it through her body into the ball in a real slingshot of power. It's the same concept as a baseball pitcher uses, and as the old story of David and Goliath. How did David manage to get a stone to go through Goliath's temple? Well, he generated force from his legs before he released the stone from the sling. I wasn't personally there, of course, but this is what I believe.
8-2.
History lessons.
I am very old, but not that old.
Hand out. 3-8.
Well, just some composure from Ronda would do well with when striking the ball and not so frantically moving into the corners.
See, she ran through that shot, and she was very lucky that Sarah kindly hit the ball back to her, because there was a glaring hole on the other side of the court.
Well, when she's in trouble too from the front of the court, she goes cross-court drop. Recovering from that is really difficult.
But as you rightly say, this is what this showcase here of the US Junior Open is so great for, is, giving the opponent, the players, the opportunity to grow, learn, rub shoulders with the best, see what other people do, slightly change those mental representations, and adjust so that you start adapting to not only what you believe, but what you see the evidence of your own eyes telling you.
Ah, that's a beautiful shot.
10-3 match ball. (11-3) match. Sarah wins by 3 games to love.
Well, and a great cross court that we've seen her play throughout this match. Just finding the corners, finding the depth, finding the width has helped her be successful here in this second and third game. A little bit of a nervous start in the first, and I think it was more caught off guard really by the way that her opponent Isabella Rondo was playing and attacking from rather unorthodox positions on court. And but figured it out, found the depth and found the width with her length, which put her opponent under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and I think we've seen here that Sarah Chow has beautiful strokes and movement, and she's a nice athlete, but she is vulnerable to being overwhelmed with ferocity. And I think also we've seen that Isabella has ferocity, but that she needs to learn the lesson that ferocious hitting must be accompanied by simultaneous ferocious movement if you want to really bring that strength to bear, and ferocious hitting with no movement just leaves you way behind the 8 ball.
Well, Sarah Chow doing a good job to get herself through this match in 3. She'll be happy with that victory and can now rest her legs before her next match as she moves on in this main draw of the girls under 17 division. So an interesting sort of day so far, Richard, with this previous match that we were watching in the boys under 13 going to 5, and it's been fairly straightforward other than that, with the top seeds making their way through the main draw. And now we have the girls under 19, which I know a match that we're excited to watch, with Marina Stefanoni competing in that division up against McGuire.
Yeah, so far really been excited about the under 15 Issa from England. Really appreciated him, and the young Egyptian under 13, tall, striking young lady Aliyah. You know, really excited to see who can give them a challenge and what they will do in the face of a challenge.
Absolutely, and of course in the girls under 15, Caroline Fouts doing a really nice job on court as well. Just so composed, so strategic, and strikes the ball well. So going to be following her closely throughout this tournament as well. And there we see Marina Stefanoni warming up for her match, which will happen shortly.
Let's share the warm-up, ladies. We're hitting too many balls back to each other. Couple shots cross court.
Time. Level.
Well, we've moved into the girls under 19 division now here on court number
One
6, and it's the defending champion as well as the previous British Junior Open champion as well, and number 1 U19 Marina Stefanoni, and she's up against another Marina Maguire, also from the USA, and actually here in Boston, Massachusetts. So these two players competing against each other. I'm very excited to watch Marina Stefanoni play today.
Yes, her targeting, her severity, her pinpoint accuracy, if she is really functioning on all cylinders, it's terrifying at times for juniors, and indeed for PSA players, it's terrifying. She does probably the best counter-puncher in junior women's squash, certainly in this country, and probably at this tournament. And you're going to come off worse against a better counter-puncher.
Well, it was as if Stefanoni just was playing at a high level and just completely took it up a notch to now is pouncing on the ball, taking it early.
Handout 1-3.
And as good as Marina Stefanoni is, you know, there's still a lot of upside, both physically and technically, and certainly strategically. So she's still learning her trade here, which is a little scary for everybody else.
That's great use of height.
Nice little squeeze boast there off the sidewall. That's a good skill.
Wow, what an opportunity there for a great little lob flick into the backhand corner, and presents herself with that opportunity to go short and misses.
Yeah, and a little technical flaw there. She went straight to the ball and then broke her wrist to try and push that drop in instead of really getting around the corner. And I can remember Nick Matthew talking about when he was 100 in the world, videoing his backhand and really deciding that it needed to be attended to. And so I'm sure that a lot of the work that Marina does as she tweaks and her excellence going forwards will review stuff like that and just work on sharpening up the quality of everything she does. She does have that lovely little
5-2
deft touch there on the backhand side, but it almost always counts upon her legs being active. If she comes static, then the ball tends to die off her racket. Little topspin there, very nice
6-2
control. So Marina Maguire, you know, obviously up against it here. If I was coaching, I would advise her to take a step up the court, try and really lob volley the ball to the back of the court.
Handout 3-6.
In that case, she volleyed straight, which was a good idea, but she needs to really challenge for position up the court rather than being dominated.
Handout 7-3.
Ball just gets sucked into the side wall, and if you hit it at the right angle, at the right speed, it gets sucked in, and then by the time it hits the front wall, it just drops dead.
Handout 4-7.
Little error there as Marina Stefanoni opened up her shoulders as she hit that shot, and that of course closed the racket face a little bit. Just a momentary oversight. Very good court coverage there by Marina Stefanoni because she was under tremendous pressure.
Great retrieval and
8-4.
Great opportunity to get herself back into the game.
And very
9-4.
calmly played, attacking short drop shot, but not played to win, played to attack. You can see her following up behind.
I think honestly, now that you say that, that has to be
5-9.
one of my favorite parts of Stefanoni's game is how calm she appears in situations where she can be put under pressure, right?
Yeah.
But finds ways to get herself out of it without getting frantic. And
Handout 10-5 game ball.
Yeah, you know, the judgment of the weight of shot to use is spectacular with Marina Stefanoni, and I think sometimes not fully appreciated. You know, even in difficult situations, she will play a ball, flight a ball, if you like, that ends up being a gut ripper for her opponent when her opponent actually thought that they were in command of the rally.
Well, another commanding second game from Stefanoni, and wins that 11-5 by a few unforced errors that came into play there in that back end front corner, where she tries, again, as you mentioned, a beautiful touch that she has, that the ball just dies once it hits the floor, but at times she aims a little too close to the tin, and those errors start creeping in.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. She almost is more dangerous when she isn't in the ascendancy. Sometimes when she's in the ascendancy is when the momentary concentration lapses and she, will hit a tin because she's trying to overt the attack. But when somebody's got her under pressure and she has to counter-attack, then she is, it's like a sneak attack, and it's devastating.
Yeah, and the calmness that she has on court really works in her favor. She's able to get herself out of some pressure situations. There weren't many in that game, but when they did present herself, the flick of the wrist and the use of the height is what allows her to reset and then retake that attacking position. Now, Marina Maguire has had a really tough task ahead of her, and what I respect and admire from her is that she knows that, and she came out on court ready for that opportunity to fight and to play against the #1 seed. She's not backing away, right? She's not giving up. In some of the previous matches where we saw the change in body language had a major effect on these players. So Maguire is a tough task here, love 2 down, but would like to see her just extend the rallies a little more and work Marina into the back.
The opponent won't just go away, and they can lose their way when they get sort of involved in the thought process of, well, I should be winning this more easily, why am I not winning this more easily? And they forget the game plan and they get involved with the result. So, it's important that Marina Maguire does stick around and at least give Marina Stefanoni pause. Another little squeeze boast there. And that's a very deft little shot.
But also look where she leaves her body, right? So you don't quite know where the ball is going to be played, because if you're looking at the body, that shows a straight drop, right, or a straight drive. And then just the way that she finishes that shot makes the deception that much greater.
Yeah. I hope when I play you, Chanel, you'll look at the body, because I'll sell you a piece of the Brooklyn Bridge.
2 love.
I think another part of Stefanoni's game that catches people unawares is the suddenness of the shots. And again, I talk about this more compact stroke style. We saw the young Isabella Ronda earlier with a very large swing, and I think sometimes folks don't realize how much warning that gives your opponent. With Marina, the delivery has often happened before you're really quite aware that it's happened. But a good length there from Marina Maguire, bringing her back in.
Hand out 4-1.
Tight ball.
5-1.
Bit fortunate. Very tight ball from Marina Maguire. Mishit by Marina Stefanoni into the back wall nick. I guess when it's going your way, it's going your way. Nice little counter drop off the tight ball there,
Hand
but
out 2-5.
well targeted here by Marina Maguire. Second bounce sidewall nick. Great targeting. Oh, the absolute roller here from Marina Stefanoni. Oh, well, I tell a lie. It may have bounced a millimetre above the ground. Well delivered.
Wow, does that so well. Just look at the way that ball dies as soon as it hits the wall.
Now, I was a little critical of Marina Stefanoni a couple of years ago because I felt that she missed a lot of volley opportunities, but these days she is not letting that ball go by, and in combination with the rest of her game, puts so much pressure on just by those intercepts.
Well, again, that goes
And
back
out
to what we were talking
3-7.
about earlier of her exposure on the professional tour. Is if she doesn't volley, she'll be penalized for it. Whereas because once you take your game onto the pro tour, that's what
And
every
out
player is
8-3.
doing, right? And
Exactly.
she certainly learned from those experiences and now translated them into her game on a daily basis, which has made a tremendous difference in what was already a fantastic player.
And there you saw Marina Stefanoni
9-3.
put the serve right on the sidewall, and this is what we've been saying all of the players should be doing. And she got a complete whiff out of a good player, Marina Maguire, because of that width and length.
Again, that's under
10-3
pressure,
match
down
ball.
low, opens her racket face and finds a way to get that ball up high and good quality height.
And barely any swing. And so Marina Maguire's delivery of that shot is almost incomplete before her opponent's next shot is being played. Now,
And
I will
out
say
4-10
though,
match ball.
in this match, I have seen this same shot from Marina Maguire really well executed. The second bounce sidewall nick, and I think that's a good lesson for anybody who's trying to improve their squash to understand how important targeting is.
5-10 match ball.
Another match ball opportunity now for Stefanoni. There we see the return of serve straight, something that we've been asking for
And out 11-5
all day.
match
And
to Stefanoni.
A little pop out, a little lucky, but wins the day. And very comprehensive, comfortable win there for Marina Stefanoni. You know, kudos for Marina Maguire in giving the best effort that she could. And, you know, maybe tactically thinking about the future, she would be better off looking at an absorption style of game and pushing herself up the court and you know, trying to play a little rope-a-dope with a young woman in Marina Stefanoni that is one of the best punchers out there.
absolutely, Marina Stefanoni takes care of business here on glass court number 6. Fairly straightforward result there for her 3-love victory over Marina Maguire, and that sees her go safely through to the next round of the girls under 19 division. As we mentioned earlier, she is the defending champion here in girls under 19 at only 16 years of age. So this is a fantastic young lady with so much potential and rise on the way, and I'm excited to follow her throughout this tournament. So great display of athleticism from Maguire, just not enough when you're being put up against the number 1 seed Marina Stefanoni.
Yeah, I would also just point out, having watched over the years a lot of talented young players go through the psychological issue of one's horizon being expanded to professional squash. It is not easy to come back to junior squash when you have been stepping up to then come back to what everybody expects you to be able to do.
Absolutely.
And I think this has been a really important part of the ride that Marina Stefanoni has been through in the last year or so. She is learning that the people 10 places below you on the ladder are sometimes more difficult to beat than the people 5-10 places above you on the ladder, but real champions stamp their authority, and this is what you're now beginning to see her do. I'm reminded of a very good English player, Ashley Naylor. He would go through tournaments winning 9-love, 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 merciless, because he knew that if he dropped his guard for a second, it would unseat him. And she is now getting to that point where she's getting the job done. She's all business, even if she's in a junior tournament.
Absolutely, all business, and we saw that on display here from the young American as she will now move on. And you can check all the results online on clublocker.com or on the US Squash website for the tournament, where it will show you exactly the draws and where each player moves on to. So a bright future, and certainly a long way still to go for the finals, which only happen on Tuesday, so a lot more matches to play in between then. But this next match that's getting started at 12:05 is we saw him play last night. It was Avi Agarwal, who had a brutal 5-setter on the glass court against Mian Hamza, but managed to squeeze out the victory 11-9, and he's up against the number 1 seed, Haris Qasim, coming up next.
And I believe Haris Qasim may be seeded, may be ranked 3rd internationally on the WSF in the world, so this is a serious performer.
Absolutely. So we'll be bringing you live coverage from that match shortly.
Yellow ball.
Well, here we are in this boys division. It's these two players competing against each other. We saw yesterday as well Avi Agarwal in the boys under 17 managed. They're both wearing all black, so he's the player. Agarwal is the player with the white headband, and that's a way to separate these two. Managed to win 3-2. In his match yesterday against Mian Hamza, and good technique that we saw on display, Richard.
Yeah, Avi Agarwal has got a very sudden, explosive stroke. His issue is, if he's going to play that fast, can he move correspondingly quickly to defend the next shot? Now we know Haris Kasim is ranked 3rd in the world, obviously a very high quality player, and we can see just how lithe he is as he stalks back from the back of the court up into position, predatorily hunting for the next ball. So Agarwal is going to have to be very careful not to overextend himself and leave himself open, because clearly Kazim is on the lookout for any late recovery to take advantage of.
Just so fluid in his movement as well, Kasim, and looks like he floats into every corner that he goes into, and on the backhand side would have noticed the really sharp, quick racket speed. Right, he strikes that ball and works through the ball and then slows it down a little bit on the forehand side.
Yeah. A little bit cute there. Managed to persuade the referee to give him a stroke. The ball was tight on the side wall.
3-1.
And he just stayed where he was behind Avi Agarwal. So the referee will have to be a little bit careful that they don't get played here. Very nice, deft, little short action there. Doesn't give any reaction time.
That's a beautiful backhand drop. Oh,
nice
tight
early
from
prep.
tight.
Yeah. Early prep though from Kazim here. So, reading the game well, set up early, all the hallmarks of a classic squash player here. And also using his legs to generate force and transition into the ball as he recovers. Nice to see. You can see that movement off the ball there, classically demonstrated, and how soon he's back into position. The key is to look to see when is the player standing still relative to when the opponent strikes the next ball. And if the player is always waiting for the other player to hit the ball, they've organized that equation of squash effectively. So quite nice jousting rallies here. My one concern for Avi Agarwal is that he, is a little bit cumbersome in his movement. He's obviously a very tall, lean player, and a little bit wobbly.
5-1.
Hasn't got the strength of his limbs yet for the amount that he's lunging and overextending himself.
gotten into trouble a couple of times now when he tries to play the volley either forehand and backhand and pulls the ball along with his movement out of the shot, and given away a couple of stroke
2-5
opportunities
handout.
that way.
That's a lovely little half volley drop shot into the neck. Half volley not played that frequently in the junior game. As players mature, they begin to understand the value of the half volley.
6-2.
And for those that don't know what I mean, a half volley is what you might call a short hop in baseball, where you pick up the ball at the moment that it bounces, and it saves so much time as a defensive measure. When somebody plays a great drive, if you can reach in and meet the ball on the bounce, you can get out of trouble. It's like a get out of jail card. But as an attacking shot, you can break somebody's rhythm by taking it unexpectedly early.
7-2.
So at the moment, Chanel, although the rallies are pretty good,
3-7 handout.
most of the time we're finding that Avi Agrawal is just being edged behind sufficiently to fall away in the game. Here's a very cute, quick understanding that
8-3.
I can get a stroke out of this. And Avi Agrawal needs to understand that if he hits the ball and then moves,
9-3.
Kazim's going to be right up behind him, and he's going to give strokes away.
It's just good quality at the moment, Richard. That's what it is. It's playing the ball accurately, playing it tight. And what that
10-3,
means
right?
is that
Game
Agrawal
ball.
now feels like he has to do something with the ball.
And also, you can make the comparison when Agrawal extends himself to play his shot, his technical attributes result in him losing his own balance, whereas I very rarely see Kazim losing his balance as a result of hitting a squash shot. It's all balanced all the time.
It's balanced, and the movement is fantastic. It makes it look so effortless the way, and this is the example of what you've been talking about a lot, of setting yourself up and moving out of the shot for the next one to come, and that recovery is what is impressive here from the number one ranked player here in his age group, Kazim. And just the accuracy that we've seen produced on court. Yesterday we saw Agrawal and a good technique, good setup for those shots, and now he's being matched up against someone who could do that equally, if not better, right? But the only difference now is the recovery. So Kazim is able to get to those balls a lot quicker and actually able to do something with them once he arrives.
Yeah, it's like Agrawal gradually is running out of rope, and eventually there's no rope left and he just falls off. You know, with that whole business of arriving to leave, it seems like stating the obvious, but a superior player like Kazim, the mental representation in his mind before he even approaches the ball is that he's going to load potential into his legs that is available for use on his way to the
15
shot,
seconds.
so that he can execute the movement as he plays the shot. Whereas a player who's not quite as far down the mental path as that is trying first to hit the shot and only then loads potential for movement after he's played the shot. And if you compare the two, which one's moving off earlier, it might only be a fraction, but over the course of 500 shots,
Right.
it's a massive amount.
Right, and the amount of energy as well that Agrawal is having to produce on that court. He's running around frantically trying to recover from good quality shots, but then also good placement of the ball by his opponent. So impressive play from the Pakistani player. 11-3 in that first.
One love ball.
Yeah, I'd love to see, you know, whoever was working with Agrawal. You know, it's a classic case of doing pressure drills where he's limited in his responses, so that he has to work out how to make his movement efficiency such that he doesn't find himself exposed because of his own activities. Now watching Kazim here a little bit with the way he's asking for his lets.
2 love.
You know, it's not going to cause him trouble, I don't think, at this level. But when he gets up against another world-class player, I think the referees are going to really have a go at him for, you know, playing the man instead of the ball. So he's going to have to be very careful.
Absolutely, and something too that I have a lot of trouble with is when the ball is down low in a drop shot position, but they're standing upright and racket by the shoulder height.
Yeah.
That's not indicating to me that you're down low ready to play that ball.
But anyway, let's, you know, sing some praises for Avi Agrawal, who's come out after losing that first game and has taken a 2-love lead and is certainly engaged here. And really, you can see from his body language when he's off the ball, as I said yesterday, he's really attentive. I love the fact that his racket head is never dropped.
1-2, hand out.
The racket preparation is fantastic, and we saw that come into play yesterday as well. Do love the way that Kasim strikes the backhand. Great follow through.
Beautiful movement off that ball. Look how long he was waiting for Avi to play the next shot.
It's so purposeful too, though, right? It's that idea of striking through with the purpose of where you want the ball to go.
2-all.
It's beautiful to watch.
Yep. So, in terms of solving the conundrum, and there's an error there from Kasim, which
3-2.
tells us that you know, he is susceptible to that. But you know, again, we said earlier, if you're playing a puncher, punching with a puncher who's better than you is not the way to solve the issue. So I think you know, a thoughtful game plan is required here by Avi, who at the moment is on the wrong end of a punching competition.
3-all.
Nice snap there, forearm snap, and you know, I'm always reminded when I see that stuff, Sam Todd has this amazing ability to hit that forearm snap. And again, to explain to viewers what I mean by that is, instead of using the entire arm from the shoulder downwards, by combining the power of the legs with a very short forearm snap, the player is able to deliver a very sudden ball which gives the opponent no recovery time. Very open-chested there, Mr. Agrawal, I'm afraid, and that's what's dragged the racket face down. If he could have turned sideways to get 90 degrees, he could have kept that ball up. I like that off-speed ball there, Chanel, right on the sidewall. That's good. That's making the opponent work a bit more, but he mustn't go short too early.
Well, it's just adding a little bit more variation to pace. It's easy to hit hard and fast,
hand out.
but controlling the pace off someone's ball that comes flying at you a couple miles per hour, that's when that control comes into play.
So 4-all, holding his own here in the second game, Avi Agrawal. And actually, I'm beginning to see a little bit more attention to balance with Avi Agrawal here, instead of sacrificing balance for the sake of the stroke. That one he was overextended, you
5-4.
could see. That needed an extra stutter step so that he could load his legs to leave as he hit it. The lunge dictates that you're only committed to the shot, not to the future movement in the rally. All of us have to lunge from time to time, but it's not a good thing to do. Reminded of Ramy Ashour and how often little steps were a feature of his game, and equally Ali
6-4.
Farag is very good at keeping delicate ballet-like little steps when he's changing direction and moving, calibrating that movement. And indeed, Kazim's little steps when he's setting up here, there's lots of little delicate adjustments to get in the right place, rather than the big lunges which leave you hung out to dry and exposed.
Good extension of the rally here by Agarwal. Well, again, or should we see that happening there? Those opportunities of the volleys, just pulling the ball back with him, and so many strokes being given away.
And you could see when he hit that volley was not designed to further extend the rally. That was an attempt at getting a result, which is just a little impatience and, you know, expected lack of maturity. You know, these are young folks, but if you want to play at the top of the world, and we have to
7-4.
remember, you know, Jahangir was 15, 16 years old playing against the best players in the world. You have to have the maturity to extend the rally until the opponent breaks, not try and force the rally.
Absolutely. Wow, that's a great depth. Good weight of
5-7,
shot
handout.
there.
Yeah, and not overhit, not the big whack. You know, it was weight transference. He was ready for a return, and he didn't need one in the end. Better volley there. Doing very well here. I'll be hanging around, making sure Kazim has to work if he's going to earn it. Shame.
8-5, handout.
Yeah, I appreciate the strategy here by Agarwal, just trying to lift and buy himself a little more time. He is having to work much harder than his opponent, and so just that extra room to breathe and to set yourself up is a smart strategy to have here.
And if I was Agarwal and his coach watching this tape back,
9-5.
it would tell me that the next 6 months there should be a lot of work on choreography, balanced movement, learning the right number of steps to use, rather than overextending, because he's clearly got good racket technique, but it's his movement and his loss of balance that's leaving him exposed too often.
10-5, game ball.
And again, we're watching Kazim, and light on his toes. Racket prep is good. The small steps, constantly adjusting so he can transfer his weight appropriately.
I'd like to see him play that ball. Though watching that replay, it's tough, right?
Yeah. I think if he'd swung, there was reasonable danger of hitting Abhi Agarwal in that situation.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always, when you watch that point again and you watch the replay, the first instinct, right, too, is sort of encouraging play. But in instances like that, if you've stopped your opponent from being able to hit the ball, then that's an immediate stroke. So Seem Kazim just so clinical in these two games, where a few unforced errors towards the beginning of the match. Agarwal had done a nice job of trying to stay in that second game as much as he could, added some variation from the front of the court as we see there, and but just not enough good quality length. We saw, I want to say, about 3 or 4 strokes being given away in that game.
And too often, having spent some good quality time building a rally, he then tried to force at a moment where continued building may have led to a breakdown from his opponent. You know, I always try and remind myself that your opponent will screw up if you will just give them the opportunity to screw up. But if you take the opportunity to screw up away, you know, why should they?
Yep. Beautiful technique from the #1 player, and just working Agarwal around the court and forcing him to lunge and stretch really far for those opportunities, and a few strokes being awarded to him because of the good quality that arrived earlier on in the match and earlier on in the rallies, really, by good length and just not a lack of that consistency from Agarwal.
Yeah. I mean, we can see the difference between the two players doesn't look massive, but as the rallies extend, you can see the gap opening up increasingly and consistently.
So 2 comfortable games for Kasim, 11-3, 11-5, and we've seen in the past, especially yesterday, where some players coming back, making their way back into the 3rd game and trying to do some damage on court to their opponents.
Yeah, I think Agarwal would be wise not to be taking the ball short any early part of the rally. He needs to really build his position and wait until Kasim gives him a loose ball and is out of position. And that's tough because, as we noted earlier, Kasim is really interested in getting himself into good positions, more perhaps than he is in what he's doing with the racket. He only attacks from positions of strength.
Absolutely.
He's more interested in getting the position of strength first.
Yeah, I do enjoy watching the strategy being played out on court here by Kasim, and just great. It just strikes the ball so effortlessly and moves so effortlessly around the court. He almost makes squash look easy.
Well, of course it is an easy sport complicated by human beings.
1-2, hand out.
Well, just a nice peel off the side wall.
Little underestimation there by Kasim for a change. That not expecting that quality of ball to be played short
2-all.
by Avi, and it just shows you have to expect everything in this sport.
Good hunting the volley by Agarwal, not becoming defensive at all.
This time he waited
3-2.
for his opportunity, and clearly that shot is not thought to be an outright winner. It's a wrong footing shot to hurt, but it has become by effect a winner, and that's the way that we'd like to see him play more often.
Wow, great reach. Sent the wrong way,
4-3.
manages to get a racket on it, but just not enough.
Lovely faded drop shot there from Kasim, just into the sidewall. Sometimes the geometry of this sport is absolutely beautiful when properly executed by some of these talented young players.
Quality length, Richard, what a
4-3.
difference that makes, as we see for Kasim perfectly strikes that ball cross court.
There's a beautiful movement off the ball on the forehand side, very reminiscent of Jansher Khan in his heyday. Almost striding into position before the ball had even come off the front wall.
He's also so quick with his movement, so he's in position a
5-3.
lot quicker than Agarwal anticipates, right?
Yep.
And so he's not moving as well off his shots, and that way creating more of those stroke opportunities.
Yes, exactly. And I suspect that if you sat down and had a conversation with Agarwal and you asked him whether he thought that the correct order was to hit the ball and then recover, or to start recovering and then hit the ball, he would probably tell you that he thinks
6-3.
it's hit first, move second, and that is not the way that top players play. In fact, by starting the movement before you hit the ball, you utilize the power of the legs
7-3.
as part of your strike motion instead of shutting off those legs. And the dual benefit is, when do you arrive back in position much earlier than if you strike and then move.
Absolutely, but I'm sure as listeners tune in, and one of the questions I know that people have is sort of, Richard, how do you prevent then the ball as you're moving out and recovering from being pulled along with you?
Because you don't lean in the direction you're moving, you lean towards the
8-3.
ball as you move out. And one of the problems people have when they pull the ball towards them is because they're so focused on the direction that they're going in, and that's where they lean their body and point their attention. So this is one of the other problems, that people that have been told to get to the tee all their life, they lean in the direction of the tee and they disconnect with the ball. In doing so, they lean and pull the ball into the middle of the court.
4-8.
That lesser species of being that lives outside the squash court, the human being, tends to lean in the direction of movement. And they lean towards what they're interested in,
5-8.
and that's usually where they're going. Whereas squash players, when they're playing competitively, their primary focus is the ball, and their body weight, their attention must never leave the ball, whether they're going to the ball or leaving the ball.
Well, all viewers now are encouraged to be squash players instead of
Just that lesser being. You know, you've got to step up to being a squash player. You know, there's Homo sapiens sapiens, and then there's Homo sapiens squash.
9-5.
Well, again, just if we kept a tally of the amount of opportunities, of stroke opportunities presented in this match, that will be something that Agarwal will want to work on. And if hopefully that is the indication that he needs to work on that movement side of the game.
Yeah, you know, and also it's worth watching Kazim's stroke efficiency here. You know, how much does his body get worked when he strikes the ball? Does it get worked to the extent that he actually loses control of his physicality because of the effort he's putting into swinging the racket? No, he's always fully in control. Which goes back to what we've talked about
that is
before.
beautiful.
You know, is this a shot-centric sport or a rally-centric sport?
Well, great,
10-5.
beautiful use of
Game
height.
match ball. Sorry.
Just
10-5.
fixing the score. Match is not over just yet. 10-5 at the moment in the third.
Little premature.
It's 10-5.
And Agarwal is now going to come back and take the third and go into the... Well, it would be nice.
And with that, beautiful
Game.
boast right into the nick. Second bounce doesn't get more perfect than that, and it's Haris Qasim from Pakistan who finishes that off in 3 games, and 3 beautifully executed games where he was in full control throughout the match. Nothing could get past him, and just the quality, as we can see from these replays, that he was able to produce here is the reason why he is the #1 seed heading into this tournament.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if there's anybody in this tournament that can get the severity of accuracy and wrench Harris's body around the court and unsettle him. There was a couple of occasions that Avi managed to get himself into a good position, but there wasn't consistency, and you've got to be much more severe against a player of this balance and control to unsettle them.
Well, beautiful technique that we saw in this match from Qasim as well. Love the way that he struck that backhand, and it was accurate, it was sharp, and he'll move on to the next round of this tournament. So I'm looking forward to following him as well. But Richard, it's the match that the player that you've been waiting to see coming up next on glass court number 6. It's Sam Todd, #1 seed in boys under 19. He's up against South African Jacques Dominique, and that will take place at 12:55.
Excited, looking forward to seeing Sambo.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us for the first time today, welcome. If you've been with us all morning, we thank you for tuning in. My name is Chanel Rasmus, and in the commentary booth with me is Richard Millman, and this is a match that we're looking forward to seeing Sam Todd play. He's the #1 seed, one of the favorites of Richard Millman, and certainly a junior player with tremendous skill, effort, and potential to make it in the big ranks. He's been playing a number of professional tournaments throughout his time as a junior. He's in the U19 division, but it's still only, I believe it's he's 15 or 16 years old, so playing up a division and still is the #1 seed. So he, playing U19, won this tournament last year in the U15 division, a British junior champion, and the #1 seed in boys under 19. Well, he's up against Jacques Dominy from South Africa, and I'm South African myself. So we have these two, the English and the South Africans, battling it out here on court. Richard and I will
Sam Todd of England to serve, Jacques Dominy of South Africa to receive. Best of 5 games, love all.
In this matchup between these two players. Jacques Dominy, also a top South African player. He won the Hong Kong Junior Open, I believe in 2017, and was South African junior champion just last year. So skills and has exposure playing on the international playing field as well. So be interesting to see how he manages the pressure that Todd will most likely put him under in this match. Richard, I have to think, what's your sort of thought here with Sam Todd being on this last court, playing age groups up? Do you think that's going to have any impact on his mental or physical ability?
Well, as we were saying earlier about Marina, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on with these extremely talented junior players who are also playing professional level squash. You know, his horizons now are squarely set on winning PSA events, and yet he's had to come back down here to play juniors, and it can really set people a cropper, because you know you're playing somebody that you should beat, that people will say.
Yeah.
And yet, you know, his opponent here is extremely talented, and you don't have to drop your level very far because, you know, being a little disconsolate about having to play another junior tournament before you're suddenly in trouble. And we've seen it happen all the time. Having said that, in my opinion, Sam Todd is the natural successor to James Willstrop and Lee Beachill. His technical skills are first class, but he needs to solve all issues. You know, he's on court here against somebody who clearly is extremely athletic, has great racketsmith skills, and has come out to take the game to him. My expectation is that there will be an initial period of sort of discovery. You know, what's this guy got, and you know, what's he all about? And what I think Sam will do is he will start soaking up the attacks of Jacques, and you know, eventually he's going to let Jacques punch himself out and start counter-attacking when he feels slight weakness. And now I may be wrong, but I've seen Sam just soak up so much pressure with precision and accuracy until really, really good players, I'm talking about pro players, just aren't too sure what to do because they can't seem to make progress. Last year when we were commentating, I was really excited about Sam's backhand, but was, you know, hoping that his forehand would come up to that same level. And already in these few rallies that I've seen here, I'm seeing better preparation, I'm seeing better movement on the forehand, which obviously is not very encouraging for the opponents. But we're talking about somebody that has the potential to be at the very top of the world game, and at 16, 17 years old, we want to see that excellence in all departments.
Well, already just from the first couple of points, we can see that he's
Hand out,
he's
1-3.
in it for the long run. He's
Yep.
not in it just for these couple of points that happen in a certain game. He's in it to win the match, and that was an extended rally, right, that
Yep.
worked in his favor because of that patience and that long-term plan.
So, you know, where we were talking earlier about so many of these players not only fail to understand that it's about winning matches, but they're actually really excited to win a point. You know, his mindset is so much further beyond that, and he's less interested in winning a point. He's more interested in doing psychological and physical damage to the person who's on court with him.
Hand out,
Absolutely,
4-1.
and already from Germany, what we're seeing is a very athletic player and good skills, great sportsmanship, and it's a matter of him being
4-1.
able to stay in the rallies for as long as he possibly can and not get too desperate to do something with the ball.
Now, if I was coaching Duminy, you know, I would say, look, the guy you're playing is a
Down.
big guy. If you can tangle him up
5-1.
by twisting and turning, you know, you would have good opportunities there. You know, it'd be interesting, you know, if it's 5-1 now, I've seen a couple of errors from Sam, and so immediately I'm wondering how his mindset is on this business of, you know, dropping down to a junior tournament, even though he's stepping up in an age group, which is kind of a 2 forward and 1 back sort of thing. You know, but I have to think that even if he was to lose this first game, that there would be this kind of ramping up of severity and sucking in of the opponent. Now, maybe I'm overstating it, and if I am, I apologize, but that's just where I feel he is in the sport.
Down,
Yeah, there's definitely a little
6-1.
sorting out process going on here, and I think we're going to see some calibration fairly soon.
Which is not a problem for him, right? He's figuring out the height, and when he has figured it out, it's going to be a big problem for his opponent.
But stranger things have happened, and Duminy is certainly not looking
Down,
overawed at all here, and has
7-1.
taken charge of this first game.
Great composure by Duminy, and one point at a time. And as we can see too, he's willing to do the hard
Down.
work it takes. And now he has gotten away with some
8-1.
of the errors that Todd has produced in this first game. But he's constructing rallies as well.
He is. Now I'm just noticing something that may be an issue. and
Hand
that
out, 2-8.
I'm imagining that Sam Todd rarely wears glasses in professional competition. I may be wrong. Maybe it's a rule that he has to wear them. But I can see that he's having a few problems with his eyewear and readjusting between
3-8.
points pretty regularly. So I wonder if he's a little distracted here. Nice movement off the ball. I also like Duminy's balance and efficiency. He's got, you know, not dissimilar to Kazim. He's got that nice compact little stroke, and he certainly doesn't lose his balance because of his swing style. very self-contained. The other thing is we've already seen 3 or 4 tins from Sam Todd in this game.
Down.
And there's a 5th.
Wow.
So,
Hand out 9-3.
you know, maybe mentally a little unsettled here.
Good variation and of pace by
Hand out
Germany.
4-9.
Now that overhead wasn't just smashed, was it? You could see it was directed. First one I've seen this weekend.
That's also just as we've gone up the age groups, maturity too, Richard, and understanding the game a little bit more.
5-9.
To that strategy.
There's a
There we
classic piece of Sam Todd. Beautiful setup, legs loaded, moving off the ball, slotting the ball down the line. And that's what I expect from him.
Wow.
Love the little squeeze boast there.
6-9.
See how it drops the wrist there to leave the racket head slightly behind to get the deception. So definitely some recalibrating has happened here with Sam. I'm just wondering whether we're going to see another tin before the end of this game, or whether he's got his mindset back to the business at hand.
Well, he's certainly started to find the height in that front left corner. He's punished Germany 3 times now by hitting that dying straight drop.
It is. And you know, it's a very clever dying straight drop, because the air time the ball takes from Sam's racket to the front wall is also time he's utilizing to push up behind so his opponent can feel his presence. So, you know, some people think about playing length to create time for themselves. Top players actually can create time for themselves with the pace of any shot on the court.
Well, that's it. That was the shot that
8-9.
was causing some trouble with hitting tins for Sam Todd, but just look at the quality there.
And, you know, this brings me back memories of last year when, you know, I was just celebrating this racket prep and setup. You know, I was talking about fundamentals. I got criticized a little bit for talking about fundamentals too much, because I think some viewers didn't know what I meant by fundamentals, and what I mean by that is the classic racket prep, 90-degree setup, loading of the legs, moving off at 90 degrees. You know, all the great things that Nick Matthew became so good at, and Lee Beachill was also fantastic at. You know, you're seeing them here with this young talent from Pontefract.
Well,
10-9. Game ball.
a comeback here from Todd. Was down and out in the first half of this match, and really just by his own doing, to be honest. Good retrieval and good work from Germany.
And as I said, you know, it does sometimes take a while to kind of refocus yourself on what the task is at hand. And, you know, we have to remember that as talented as Sam is, he is a chap of 16 years old, and it is so easy to, you know, think, you know, in a negative manner about coming down to a junior tournament, as opposed to playing your excited future pro tournaments.
Wow.
I remember my
Game to Todd, 11-9.
Wow,
Todd leads 1 game to
fantastic
love.
play.
An unbelievable rally that was. Great athleticism on display from both players, Todd and Germany, who just seemed to get everything back, and it was as if he had Todd by the ropes, and just you see the lunge and the stretch from Todd to get some of those balls back, and back accurately really is the differentiating factor here. So really great stuff from Todd. Fiery start from the South African, who took a quick lead, about 8-1 up before Todd finally figured out, and a combination of both, right? Germany came out playing well, and Todd not quite finding the height on the front wall in a shot that usually causes a lot of damage.
Right, and you know, as he tightened things up, we saw this wonderful combination of pace management, accuracy, and really great aggressive strategic positioning on the court. So, you know, well done again. You know, very excited to see. And I must say, the forehand for me is looking much more mature, much more organised. He's not getting close to the ball too often. His racket prep is much better than it was last year. Looking the part, in my view.
Absolutely, and that experience, certainly playing on the professional tour and now translating it into junior squash, and not just that, but also playing age groups up as well, is contributing towards this smart, strategic squash that he likes to play. And he never did I get a sense that he was flustered out there.
No, you know, he was perhaps a little annoyed with himself for the unforced errors, and you know. Well,
Todd leads 1 game to love.
Coach, and he was not a fan of hitting the ball out or in the tin, so I'm sure he's been trained not to like those. But you know, I remember my school #1, who became the world #4, Gwen Bryce. The first time he had to step back down a level from playing at the highest level, he found it difficult to beat the guys who were a few places below him or not expected to beat him. But this is what champions do, is they get their mind in order and they sort out the issues, and they put together consummate performances. He started out with the tins again, I'm afraid. A little more upright.
Well, it certainly needs to make those adjustments, because again, as we've said, Richard, it's a long game, right? It's a long-term game plan of you're now setting yourself up to move on into this tournament in the next rounds, where you're starting to meet the higher-seeded players, and you might not get away with hitting 5 or 6 tins in the first game and then ending up winning it, right? So he has to make sure that he solves those little issues early on.
You're right. You're right. I do think, though, he has this amazing ability to recognize a rally that he can really do terrible damage with and take his opponent to places that his opponent doesn't want to go, whilst staying within himself. And, you know, we saw one of those in the first game, and I suspect that we'll probably, if Duminy continues to compete well, which I think he is doing, I think we'll see Sam invite him to go to a place of fear and horror that he doesn't really want to go to. Very much on the toes, Sam. Look here, he's really attentive. And see how much time he's got after his shot before his opponent's shot. As we were saying earlier, the equation of squash is something that has to be managed if you're going to play at the top of the game. That equation requiring you to be back in position before your opponent can possibly hit their next shot.
Well, I am also impressed by the quality of squash being played by Jacques Duminy. He is not backing down to the challenge of playing the #1 seed.
I also like the way he commands his position waiting for the next shot. His racket,
Down.
like Avi Agrawal earlier, but at an
Hand
even
out 3-4.
higher level, is up and ready to go.
Well, he's speedy on court too, so he's able to get to and recover from a lot of those shots. Then the variation of pace contributes to that success as well, because he's not only getting to the ball quickly, but then he's adding another element to the game that allows him to reset the rally.
Hand out 5-3.
I am just detecting a very slight flaw in his relationship with the ball after he's hitting the shot. He has a tendency when he's finished his stroke to push his body weight and his focus in the direction that he's moving, and he's been caught out a couple of times because when he does that he separates himself emotionally, mentally, physically from the ball. And so I would love to see him a little bit more in connection with the ball after he's played his shot, rather than coming upright and leaning towards the tee, which is clearly where he's going.
What an
6-3.
overhead that was. I mean, look at the quality being played there, and we've seen that shot be played aimlessly by other players, and now beautiful tight drive.
Yeah, and not only that, it was actually a deception shot because he slid his
Hand
racket
out
face
4-6.
across to show the cross court while he played the ball straight. So that's a tremendous skill.
Hand out 7-4.
So I think that Sam has picked up on the fact that just after Jacques hits the ball, that he is a little bit vulnerable to a sudden attack because he's not connected to the ball. And you can see there's some problems with
8-4.
Jacques' rate of recovery when he has loaded his body weight into the middle of the court instead of towards the ball,
8-4.
and he's then that little bit slow to respond to whatever Sam intercepts.
Would also just like to see Dominique take the ball early a lot more. He's missed a couple of volley opportunities, especially on actually in the middle of the court.
Okay,
9-4.
Here's the quality of the width. Look at that. That is, you know, you can get your protractor out and you can't get those angles as good as that.
This is old school.
Down.
Yeah, it's old school
10-4. Game ball.
in the new world.
Yeah.
And that's the interesting thing. It's the classic sort of understanding of the game, but played at a different rate with a different level of maturity. I don't know if we've ever had an English player at this age that was playing
Game
at this
to Todd.
level. I'd be interested to
11-4.
hear,
Todd leads 2
you know,
games to
from
love.
some of my friends who were playing. I know my namesake, Paul Millman, was the youngest guy to play for England when he was, I think, 18, and he must have been a very talented player. Young, I didn't see him young. But Sam Todd might be the most talented player of this age that the English have produced.
Absolutely, and definitely gets that experience playing with some of the greats in England as well, and stepping on court with them too, and training, and now playing on the professional circuit. So hopefully he will get an opportunity, I think, too, to represent England at the senior level.
Yep.
in championships like the World Juniors, like the World, sorry, not World Juniors, but the World Championships, the men's team championships that are happening in Washington D.C. also this week. So
Yeah,
I think opportunities like that should come when he's still at this young age, to take his game even to another level of play and performance.
I agree. And you know, the other thing not to be sneezed at is the environment that his dad, Mick Todd, has created at Pontefract. You know, I've had the pleasure of spending time there, and it is one of the really exceptional multi-programmed clubs anywhere that I've been. And you know, it's almost, I'm sure that people at Ponte are watching this, and they support their players almost like a soccer team gets their supporters to support them. And so when you walk in the club, the Ponte players know that they're in an environment where the community, the entire community, is behind
Time.
them, and the quality of the history there makes you feel like you want to step up to something special. And you know, that was not easily done. It was done from an absolute zero start where it was
Todd
an empty
leads, 2
building,
games to love.
and it's now something quite amazing if you ever get a chance to visit there.
Well, that support system and community is so important in the success of these young players that are coming through. So Sam Todd, 11-9, 11-4, finds himself with a 2-love lead, and just the quality of squash that we sort of expect to see from him, and are constantly being amazed by what he's able to produce on court.
So yeah, Jacques Dominique does very well when he's in front and is early onto the ball. His problems are created when he gets behind, and then the intercept from Sam Todd catches him off balance because he's not leaning towards the ball. But you know, nothing to be ashamed of here. Obviously a quality player.
Absolutely quality of player, and the beauty too, honestly, Richard, about the South African sporting world and not only squash but the larger, is that these schools encourage and athletes are encouraged to play multiple sports. And I know I grew up in South Africa I played 5-6 different sports throughout the given year, and squash just remained the constant one I kept playing. And the same goes for Jacques Duminy. I mean, you look at his bio and his interest lists: cricket, soccer, swimming. You know that he's playing and practicing those sports too while still playing at a high level of squash. So that athleticism really is no surprise that we're seeing from him on this court.
4-1.
Unlucky, just missed the squeeze post there, Jacques. But he's been doing quite a good job of trying to keep Sam behind him. But again, you see, as he moves up the court, he tends to get a little bit on his heels when he's, apparently taking up residence in the middle of the court instead of staying a little lighter on his toes towards the ball. So that would be something that I would work on with him to get him a little bit more connected to the ball.
Handout 2-4.
He certainly has great abilities, especially when he's dominating, and so even with the movement issues, if he can keep his opponent behind him, you don't really see too much of that problem. Great delivery there by Sam Todd.
Handout 5-2. Out.
Whoa.
Handout 3-5.
I served out for Norfolk in the final of the Inter-County Championships, and I thought Malcolm Ulstrup was going to kill me. That might be a lot of push-ups, Sambo.
Handout 6-3.
Lots of hard work on display here. JP Duminy being asked to move in all directions, front and back. That's a lot of lunges.
Nice setup, nice delivery. Nice pace, that's what I love about it. It's a pace played for position, for ownership of the court.
I mean, everything we talk about, Richard, and that we encourage players to do is just point, sort of fact right on court here and shown and explained exactly the way that Todd plays. And it's, I'm sometimes lost for words when I'm watching, and I'm like, wow, how is you forget how old he is, and you just see the greatness that is being produced.
I try and teach people that the overarching priority of a human being is survival, and that's exactly the same with a squash player. But not survival in the sense of hanging on to a cliff face in a pouring rain, but survival in the sense of two lions in the prime of their life, fighting for territory and to pass their genes on. One attacking from positions of strength, but always concerned to make sure that they never get into a difficult position. The other one throwing caution to the wind. Well, Sam Todd is that lion who is always looking after himself first, and making sure that he's in position to damage the opponent, never leaving himself vulnerable.
Domini doing a lot of hard work on court, but moving
7-4.
and is up for those challenges. Just one too many shots being played there.
That's
wow,
a
that's a
very nice
cracker.
Hand out 5-7.
It's a good snap. Look at that forearm snaps through there. Unexpected, and I'm sure that'll go in the Todd computer, and he'll be saying, "Watch out for that one."
Good pace variation by Domini.
You can see he's still falling behind the pace of the game from time to time.
Down.
Oof.
It's a shame.
That's
It's a
gonna
shame.
hurt.
Hand out 8-5.
Let's say, well, I've tried everything, and you're working me so hard. I have to do something to put the same amount of pressure on you, but failed to execute that well.
Down.
And again,
9-5.
And you know, this is the trouble when somebody is playing so confidently within themselves, and you wonder what it is you have to do, and you start trying to play that little bit extra precisely, a little bit faster, and you start putting yourself into trouble.
Down.
Oh, the unforced
Hand
error.
out 6-9.
More push-ups. Yeah, he does deliver that so nicely.
Hand out 10-6.
but the racket
Match
prep
ball.
too is similar for the straight drive and for the straight drop, and so in first instinct you really have no idea which shot he's going to choose to play.
And if you notice, the ball actually didn't bounce until he was ready for the next shot, which is amazing considering he's played short. He also does the drop from the backhand back of the court very similarly to James Will's drop, that he feeds that ball in there, but there's nothing to hit when the opponent gets there.
Down. Match to Todd. 3 games to love.
Well,
11-9, 11-4, 11-6.
Sam Todd finishes that match off in 3, and the only one that caused him a little bit of trouble was that first game, just managing to win that 11-9 after going about 8-1 down very quickly. I have to give credit to Jacques Domini, who rose to the challenge and has some really talented strategy surrounding this game at times, but when put up against one of the best junior players in the world, failed to capitalize on that.
Yeah, no, and it's not a discredit at all. He's got a couple little movement issues, and if he really works on his game, I think he could extend these rallies even more. But I don't want to gush about Sam Todd, but in my mind, I've been watching this game for a long time. He is the real deal, and I think it's important to recognize the real deal. Now, there is another player that I've seen last night in this tournament who is the real deal, who has the athleticism, movement, and variety of stroke of an adult PSA player, and that's Max Forster. And so, I haven't seen all of the other seeds, but I would be very interested to see what kind of spectacle would be produced by a match between Sam and Max Forster. Max's movement is unbelievable and balanced. So, yeah, great first outing for me to see Sam Todd, in this tournament. I'm sure that the recalibration will be even better in the next round. You know, he doesn't want to hit the ball out on the serve, and he doesn't want to hit tins. But as I say, you know, going from PSA where you're on show and at the very, very limit of your capacity to step down to junior squash, which it really is not a step down, but it feels psychologically like a step down. You have to really reorganize your mind for what you're doing, which is the mark of a great sportsperson.
Absolutely, and a spectacle is exactly what I think we have in store for us as we move forward in this main draw. And the player that you were just talking about, Forster, is up next. So now we can sort of see those two players, and at some point they'll be meeting if they both players go through this main draw. And be interesting to see how Forster now plays in his second round match here on this glass court. So we have some good players coming through in these main rounds, and it's just going to see what they're able to produce when they're put under pressure.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited, and we're beginning to see the classic fundamental style together with world-class athletes. You know, there are so many facets to this game, and some people are world-class athletes, some people have fantastic technique but aren't world-class athletes and don't move that well. It's when you get the encapsulation of all of those skills together that you get magic.
Absolutely. Well, stick around for more magic, which will take place beginning again at 1:45. Well, after a fantastic display of squash that we saw from the boys under 19 number 1 seed, Sam Todd, we're here on court with the number 2 seed, Max Forster from England. He is another great English player that we're excited about following this tournament. He's up against an opponent from Mexico, Luis Gonzalez, here in this main round match.
So I had the pleasure of watching the game of Max yesterday. He isn't as technically able as Sam, but he is